Hey guys, tonight we slip through moonlit corridors of whispered devotion, tracing faint echoes of a feathered guardian more revered than any mortal hero. You probably won't survive this revelation without giggling at the absurdity of sacred poultry, but stick around. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Post your location and local time in the comments below. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You step barefoot across worn marble tiles, their cool surface tickling your toes, as if to remind you that even ancient sanctuaries had their chilly mornings. A stray breeze carries the faint marshy scent of wet reeds, an olfactory whisper that you recognize from seaside temples built beside brackish lagoons. Mainstream historians agree that many Greek sanctuaries hugged coastal inlets to harness ritual water rights, but here, something feels different. Beneath the patterned columns, the air shivers with hushed speculation, the cult of Hera's goose. You pause before a weathered relief carved into limestone, its surface pockmarked by time and lichen. Feather motifs swirl around a stoic female figure. Hera, queen of the gods, her outstretched hand seemingly beckoning a goose into some forgotten covenant. Fringe scholars suggest that this goose, not a swan or eagle, was Hera's favored companion, and that rumor once placed its place of honor above even the peacock, her more famous mount. Historians still argue whether this avian patron ever strutted down temple steps or if it existed purely as mythic allegory. But legend insists otherwise. In the flickering glow of an oil lamp whose wick you carefully adjust to ward off smoke, you catch the glint of something tucked behind a collapsed column. Heart thudding softly, you crouch and brush away centuries of debris. There, nestled in a terracotta niche, lies a carved marble egg, its smooth form etched with delicate honking patterns. It feels impossibly heavy for its size, as though it holds all the goose's secrets in its cool core. The lamplight dances across the egg's surface, revealing concentric rings that mirror iris feathers lit by dawn light. You marvel at the artistry every artist knows, that real goose feathers shimmer with violet and emerald highlights at sunrise, a phenomenon once recorded by naturalists in classical texts. Your whisper echoes, could this be the very token Hera bestowed upon mortal priests? A soft chuckle escapes you. Imagine a goddess gifting a goose egg instead of a golden wreath. But then you remember jokes are just your sleepy defense against the uncanny. You rise and follow the corridor deeper walls, narrowing as if guiding you towards something more profound than any relic. Every footstep stirs motes of dust that drift like miniature galaxies under your lamp's halo. Outside, gulls cry faintly across salt-drenched air, a reminder that this temple once served sailors who sought divine favor against unpredictable Aegean storms. They believed that hearing 3 consecutive goose honks at dawn foretold safe passage, quite a contrast to modern weather apps, right? Yet, on these same worn stones, you sense the residue of countless hopes pinned on a bird's honking whim, the tension of lives at sea, cradled in the call of a goose rather than the beep of a notification. You pass a niche containing broken pottery shards, painted with leaping geese so stylized they could have been conceived by a tween meme artist if only such things existed 2 millennia ago. Their beaks curve upward in triumphant arcs, as though they were heraldic mascots cheering on ancient rowers. It's tempting to crack a modern joke. Goose, the original Aegean influencer, but you catch yourself. Everything here demands reverence, even your sarcasm. Ahead, the corridor broadens into a square chamber whose ceiling has collapsed, allowing a slender beam of moonlight to illuminate a stone dais. On it rests a shallow basin carved to resemble interlocking feathers. You kneel and run your fingers across the grooves, tracing the craftsmanship. Goose worship was never widespread. This tiny offshoot cult existed mostly on remote islands. Pilgrims trudged through sand-blasted dunes just to press their lips to this basin's edge and whisper prayers. Historians still argue whether these rites were more about fertility, prosperity, or simple maritime safety. Your lamp trembles in your hand. As you peer closer, faint traces of red pigment cling to the basin's carvings. Perhaps it was once painted to simulate fresh blood, a ritual reenactment of the goose's sacrifice or transformation. Fringe rumor holds that the priests would sweat over live geese to extract their iridescent, down weaving it into cloaks said to confer prophetic dreams. Whether such botanical, or rather zoological alchemy actually occurred remains an open question. Yet, here you stand feeling that uncanny mix of awe and bemusement that only dusty wings and divine intrigue can invoke. Standing, you glance back at the relief of Hera and her goose, its smooth edges now seeming alive under silver moonlight. There's magic here undeniably. A goose so beloved, its honk outranked temple bells, its feathers coveted more than gold filigree. It was that goose you chased into the labyrinth of legends, a feathered oracle speaking in ancient tongue. You inhale, tasting salt and dust on your tongue as if you were part of the very tapestry woven by devotees long gone. And so you press onward, heart stilled by sleepy wonder, but nudged by your innate curiosity. The path ahead will pull you deeper into goose-bound mysteries, tales of honking omens, ivory collars, and rituals lost among waves and sand. Prepare yourself. This is only the first whisper of Hera's beloved fowl. You slip through a narrow archway into a twilight-lit courtyard where crumbling columns claw at a sky tinged with lingering sunset hues. Here, the mythic origins of Hera's goose begin to unfurl like a long-forgotten tapestry. You've heard mainstream lore insist that the goose sprang fully formed from a sacred spring waters said to be blessed by Hera herself. Yet, fringe tales claim the bird was once a mortal creature, perhaps a humble farm goose favored by the goddess for its unwavering watchfulness at dawn. Historians still argue whether this avian deity predates the establishment of Hera's cult, or was retroactively absorbed into her mythology, but every local storyteller you've met swears by the latter. Your steps echo against cracked mosaic floors, patterned with concentric rings that mimic ripples in the spring's water. The goose's birth legend swirls around these very tiles, a tear from Hera's eye, shed in mourning, for a slain favorite swan fell into the spring and transformed into a goose, an echo of grief turned guardian. You pause to trace a missing tile's edge, feeling the cool stone beneath your fingertips as you ponder the goddess's caprice. There's a tactile thrill in imagining that divine sorrow could become flesh and feathers. Above you, the shattered frieze depicts a regal goose neck, arched wings, half spread, hovering before Hera's throne. Its downy plumage is rendered with such exactness that you almost expect it to ruffle in an invisible breeze. Texts from the Hellenistic period reference a silver-feathered sentinel, but you still chuckle at the idea of a goose decked out in metallic sheen rather than plain white feathers. And yet, art doesn't lie. Delicate gilding remains in places, suggesting artisans once painted the relief with crushed lapis and gold dust. As you wander, you uncover more hints, a discarded pottery shard inscribed with the words Talus's watch and a crudely sketched goose beside it. Talos, the automaton guardian, was said to patrol Crete's shores, warding off invaders. Scholars still argue whether the goose legend borrowed from Talos's story or vice versa. It's easy to imagine that ancient minds fascinated by mechanical protection and natural vigilance might conflate an eagle-soaring bronze giant with a deceptively ordinary feathered creature. You edge toward a low altar, its surface pitted by time, but still etched with symbols, concentric circles, representing the spring and radiating lines like sunbeams filtered through feathers. Here, artisans invoked the goose's dual nature, both waterborne creature and solar herald. Fringe experts, suggests practitioners, poured libations of honeyed wine into the spring to coax forth omens from the arising gosling's first honk. Whether that ceremony truly birthed a godlike bird remains a mystery, but standing here in the hush you can almost hear an infant goose's tentative calls rippling outward in concentric prophecy. You step through the moss-clad threshold into a larger courtyard, where cracked marble meets wild thyme, and the air hums with distant cicadas. Here, the mythic origins of Hera's goose unfurl like an ancient scroll, each frayed edge hinting at secrets long buried beneath dust and devotion. You probably won't survive this feather-filled fantasy without raising an eyebrow at the sheer improbability of a goddess favoring a goose over her more glamorous swans, yet that in itself is the goose's cunning charm. So, before you continue laughing at the thought of sacred poultry, let's dive into the cradle of this avian enigma. Legend has it that Hera's tears shed in mourning for one of Zeus's favorite swans, lost to a jealous storm god, fell upon a moonlit spring at dawn. Mainstream scholars point to the 3rd century BCE poet Callimachus, who recorded that this single teardrop imbued the spring's waters with divine essence, transforming any creature that drank from it. You trace the rim of a weathered basin, once the spring's outlet, running your fingers along the mossy lip and tasting the faint hint of wild mint still clinging to crevices. Yes, actual mint. You stifle a chuckle. Tastes like a spa day for your tongue. You whisper, imagining ancient pilgrims sipping sacred chicory mint tea to commune with the gods. Fringe archaeologists, however, claim that the goose was originally a mortal farm bird, plucked by a zealous priestess who dyed its feathers silver with crushed minerals. They insist that the divine goose narrative was a later embellishment to disguise the cult's humble origins. Historians still argue whether the origin tale predates the cult's rise or was retroactively grafted onto local farming lore to lend credit and open debate that leaves you feeling like you've wandered into academia's version of a reality TV reunion show. You follow a narrow channel carved from marble, its once smooth surface now erased by centuries of water flow and pilgrim footprints. Each step elicits a soft squish from the damp stone, as though you're walking atop a living legend. Above you, a collapsing frieze depicts a majestic goose hovering over a chalice, a design so intricate it could convince you to spend 3 days explaining avian iconography at a dinner party. You sidestep a loose block of masonry, careful not to dislodge more ancient grout. Gravity here seems to relish sending rubble tumbling at the slightest provocation, much like your own fear of pigeons suddenly turning aggressive. Beneath that frieze, you find a faded inscription in Ionic script. You lean in, squinting, until the letters snap into clarity. Cleon, Theos, divine. Cleon. Mainstream records hint that Cleon was a high priest who claimed the goose was his direct descendant, born from that very spring. His tomb, they say, lay beneath the temple's central dais, although nobody's found it yet. Fringe voices in dusty journals argue that Cleon was in fact a code name for a local magistrate who rejected state cults in favor of something more feathery. Historians still argue whether this Cleon was human demigod or metaphorical personification of spring's power. And you can't help but smirk at the thought Cleon, the original influencer, sponsored by Olympus. You murmur, picturing him posing for fan-made frescoes. Your sandaled feet carry you toward a silent alcove, its hexagonal floor tiles patterned in alternating shades of azure and ivory. The colors remind you of the sea's ever-shifting moods, peaceful at dawn, tempestuous by noon, and reinforce the goose's dual nature as both water-dweller and herald of air. A single mosaic panel depicts a gosling breaking free from a shell, droplets of water arcing around it as though frozen in time. You crouch to examine the glass tesserae, noting that some retain a pearlescent sheen, a clever trick by craftsmen to mimic the goose's legendary sheen. The effect is so lifelike that you half expect the gosling to wiggle its wings. Your own wings would be more useful in getting out of here alive, you joke silently, remembering how narrowly you squeezed past that collapsing pillar earlier. Glancing up, you spot an alcove containing a bronze statuette of a goose, its neck extended in mid-honk beak ajar. Its surface is pitted with verdigris, but you can still make out the delicate curve of its beak and the way its wings seem poised for flight. Mainstream evidence suggests this statuette was a votive offering left by sailors who survived a particularly savage storm. Apparently, a trio of geese, honking in unison atop a rocky promontory, warned them of a brewing maelstrom, giving them time to reef their sails. You admit even to yourself that if you'd heard goose honks instead of wind machine warnings, you'd probably have swerved off course in panic, convinced your smartphone's weather app was speaking ancient Greek. Fringe maritime lore, though, elevates the tale. Some say the geese were shape-shifted priestesses sent by Hera to guide lost sailors. Historians still argue whether these honks were natural flock behavior or manipulated by trained temple birds acting as living lighthouses. You slip past the statuette and ascend a low dais whose edges bear gouges, perhaps from animal claws, goose talons. You imagine raking against stone in protest. A collage of chipped pottery rims litters the dais bowls, once filled with honey-sweet wine, used in initiation ceremonies. You pick up a shard and notice a faint spiral pattern, an ancient symbol representing cyclical rebirth. Fringe interpreters propose that initiates were anointed with goose fat, believed to confer prophetic dreams of Olympus. You shudder slightly. Goose fat hair masks in your nightly skincare routine. You'd rather stick to sheet masks, thanks. But the shard's greasy residue offers a subtle sensory link to those long-ago rites, and you can almost inhale the scent of fermented honey mingling with goose down. As you stand, the courtyard's open sky reveals its first stars, bright pinpricks against the velvet dusk. A single star you recognize marks the constellation Galena Sacra, the sacred goose mapped by stargazers who revered it above Orion. Mainstream astronomical texts from Ptolemy's era caringly note this constellation as a small, unremarkable grouping, yet modern astromythologists insist its placement near Leo symbolizes the goose's protective role against lunar eclipses. Historians still argue whether this cosmic association originated in Greek tradition or was a later Roman addition to their agricultural calendars. You tilt your head back, letting the chill night air fill your lungs, and imagine those ancient sky watchers charting goose flights to predict crop cycles, easier than reading digital satellite data, but arguably more charming. A sudden rustle draws your attention to the courtyard's far edge, where a narrow staircase spirals downward into darkness. You recall the carved marble egg you discovered earlier in Section 1, and you can't help but wonder if its mate lies hidden in subterranean chambers. Your palms sweat as you step off the dais, the echo of your sandals strangely amplified in the hush. Each footfall feels like an invitation to a subterranean world where fledgling gods might still hide. You tuck a strand of hair behind your ear, if you had any hair that wasn't plastered to your neck by temple humidity, and steel yourself for the descent. Before descending, you glance back at the collapsing frieze and mosaic of the gosling two halves of the origin story, one above ground, one below. It's a clever architectural metaphor: birth and rebirth, surface and abyss, mortal and divine. This is where the myth's heart still beats beneath the weight of stones and centuries of salt-laden winds. You swallow, reminding yourself that you came for goose lore, not goosebumps, though the latter now creeps along your spine. You take the first step down, leaving the courtyard's cool night air for damp, echoing corridors below. The walls tighten around you, carrying the soft drip of groundwater and the faint metallic tang of bronze dust. Somewhere ahead, you swear you hear a distant, solitary honk, soft, almost mournful, as though the goose itself calls you forward. You pause. Heart hammering, has your mind conjured that honk, or does the divine fowl await you in the shadows? Either way, you press on, guided by curiosity and a growing sense that the goose's origins are as much about hidden depths as they are about the sparkling springs above. You emerge onto a wind-swept promontory, overlooking a roiling sea, foam-flecked waves lashing at jagged rocks below. The night air carries salt and brine, clinging to your skin like a fine mist, each breath tasting of distant storms. Here, in this elemental theater, the goose's role as herald of omens comes into sharp focus. You probably won't survive another goose-centric weather forecast without cracking a smile at how ancient mariners trusted honks over barometers, but somehow they did. They listened for the goose's cry as if it were the ocean's own Morse code, and you're about to learn why. Mainstream accounts record that Greek sailors of the classical period often kept flocks of geese aboard trading vessels. When fresh winds sighed through the rigging, the geese would rouse from slumber and honk in rapid succession. 3 honks, they believed, signaled a brewing squall, while a lone prolonged cry foretold a safe, calm passage. You lean over the cliff's edge and mimic that single honk, letting your voice carry on the wind. It comes out more like a squeal, and for a moment you wonder if you've angered some unseen temple spirit. Fringe sources even claim that temple-trained geese were placed in carved wooden cages near the forecast pavilions, so harbor masters could consult them at dawn. Historians still argue whether these cages actually held geese, or if the story reflects sailors' colorful exaggeration of a few noisy barnyard birds. You settle on a flat rock, its surface cool and pitted from centuries of salt spray. As you trace its grooves with a fingertip, you recall the tale of the merchant ship Irene, which legend says survived a sudden gale because its captain heeded his goose's persistent calls. According to surviving logs, the crew made haste for a narrow inlet and rode out the storm on leeward rocks. This account appears in the Periplus of Samathe, a 2nd century text that maritime archaeologists consider a reasonably reliable source, so reasonably that you half expect your own goose to honk if the wind picks up. You cup your hands behind your ears, half expecting to catch a raspy, feathered warning, but all you hear is the wind whipping past your cheeks. The rustle of your cloak reminds you of goose wings, those broad arcs of down and flight. You close your eyes and imagine the collision of sky and sea through a goose's perspective, wings beating in rhythm with waves, each honk a note in a watery symphony. Fringe storytellers insist that some geese were taught specific honk codes, 2 short, 1 long, to mean east storm, and the reverse for south wind. They claim that weather-wise priests decoded these signals with carved wooden pipes, interpreting them for congregants. Historians still argue whether these honk codes were standardized or simply a patchwork of local superstitions. Your gaze drifts to a weathered obelisk rising nearby, its sides inscribed with instructions in Doric script. You step closer, brushing sand from its base. The inscription reads, "When the goose thrice calls at dawn, bind fast the mainsail. Thrice at dusk, seek harbor." You whisper the verse aloud, tasting the roughness of ancient chisel marks on your tongue. Beneath this, someone has scribbled a more recent notation. Tested and true. M. The mariner, a rogue captain, a skeptical apprentice. The handwriting is slanted, hurried, and after 2 millennia you find it oddly comforting that someone else once jotted unofficial weather tips here. Lightning rumbles on the horizon, a silent promise of thunder. You shiver not from cold, but from the uncanny thought that a goose's honk once held sway over life and death on these very cliffs. Mainstream meteorology only sprang forth centuries later, but pre-modern sailors wielded their geese like living barometers. Fringe maritime journals propose that geese sensitive to atmospheric pressure changes do alter their behavior before storms, but those studies rely on small sample sizes and questionable observation methods. Historians still argue whether the geese responded reflexively to pressure drops, or if their perceived weather-sensing abilities were simply high-profile coincidence, amplified by sailors desperate for any edge at sea. A distant boom, possibly a wave crashing against rock, pulls you back to the promontory's edge. You peer down through the moonlit spray, imagining the Goose as a miniature feathered lighthouse honking to guide vessels clear of hidden shoals. Pilgrims once traveled from far-flung ports to consult oracle geese at a cliffside shrine, offering amphorae of wine in exchange for weather prophecies. You picture yourself unloading amphorae today. Wine is heavier than water, after all, solemnly proffering a bottle to a waddling goose and hoping for a calm forecast. The absurdity makes you smile, but you remind yourself that people risked everything on this odd ritual, believing deeply that the goose's cry carried celestial weight. You scan the rocky ledges and spot shallow depressions worn smooth by countless feet, or perhaps by geese themselves pacing before storm fronts. You crouch to touch one feeling, the rock's cool grain slide beneath your fingers. Imagine that this tiny hollow once held pebbles dropped by sailors who timed the goose's honk to the pattern of sea swell, creating what they called honking syllogisms. These syllogisms, recorded in now fragile papyri, formed a crude algorithm: honk, pause. Honks mean X, honk, pause, pause, honk mean Y. You can almost hear dusty scholars dissecting these syllogisms under flickering oil lamps, quill pens, scratching margin notes. A sudden gust swirls sand at your feet, stirring motes that catch in the moonlight like a miniature galaxy of goose fluff. You inhale deeply, savoring that dusty, salt-tinged scent. It jolts a memory of a fringe anecdote. A ship's log describes feathers drifting ashore in the shape of a storm god's silhouette the day before a cyclone struck. Superstitious sailors took that as the ultimate omen, abandoning ship at first light. Mainstream readings dismiss it as poetic exaggeration, or perhaps a flock's molt coinciding with weather changes. Historians still argue whether such feather showers were atmospheric phenomenon or just the more mundane product of spring molting season. Either way, the goose's feathers carried symbolism as potent as any carved oracle. You stand brushing sand from your knees and turn to survey the dark sea. The horizon quivers with ominous clouds, their edges illuminated by distant flashes. An involuntary shiver runs down your spine, part fear, part awe. This place once carried the hopes of merchants whose livelihoods depended on timely harvests and safe returns. Without rain, olives withered. Without calm seas, grain shipments stalled. The goose's honk wasn't mere superstition. It was a communal ritual binding livelihoods to the rhythms of nature. You whisper a soft, "Thank you," into the wind, though you doubt any divine fowl will hear you. Your lantern's flame flickers low as you gather your cloak around your shoulders. The wind moans through the crevices of a nearby grotto, beckoning you toward hidden chambers beneath the promontory. Perhaps there you'll find more evidence of how the temple's geese were kept trained, or perhaps worshipped outright by captains and priests alike. You step off the ledge and follow a narrow path carved into the cliff face. Each footstep echoes on mossy stone, a reminder that you tread the same route as those ancient sailors seeking weather wisdom from a goose's cry. Ahead, a low entrance yawns in shadow, its lintel ringed with stylized, honking patterns, as if the very rock were trying to imitate the goose's call. You pause, exhaling a steady breath. Here on the threshold of subterranean sanctums, you sense that the goose's weather lore was only part of a larger mystery, one that entwines sea sky and sacred feathers in ways you're only beginning to fathom. You step inside, leaving the tumultuous winds behind, and entering a hushed corridor where goose-bound omens await in silent stone. You emerge into a vaulted chamber awash in the tremulous glow of oil lamps, their wicks golden flames dancing like tiny fire sprites across vaulted arches. Nestled upon a low pedestal draped in faded crimson cloth lies the legendary necklace said to be strung from the goose's iridescent feathers. You probably won't survive this dazzling display of avian bling without dropping your jaw, but resist the urge to gasp. You still need to narrate this to your viewers. Take a slow breath, let your shoulders relax, and feel that gentle disbelief settling like down upon your spirit. The necklace is a marvel of ancient craftsmanship. Each feather fragment glistens in hues of violet emerald and molten gold, shifting color under every flicker of lantern light. Mainstream accounts credit the artisan Callias, a master jeweler of the 4th century BCE, who allegedly harvested these feathers directly from the sacred goose, though texts differ on whether he plucked them posthumously or during carefully orchestrated molting ceremonies. You lean forward, your fingertips hovering centimeters above the pendant, feeling a rush of warmth, as if the necklace still radiates residual goose essence. Fringe tales suggest that Callias bound the feathers with refined electrum wire infused with crushed starfish pigment, a ritual meant to invoke celestial favor. Historians still argue whether electrum was used for its conductive properties, believed to channel divine energy, or simply for its resplendent sheen. A nearby bronze plaque bears an inscription, "May Hera's gaze shield the bearers of this gift." You trace the raised Ionic letters with a fingertip, imagining ancient worshippers offering silent prayers as they kissed the necklace before donning it. The plaque's surface is pitted by time, but a faint ruddle of red pigment lingers in the letter grooves, perhaps once painted to mimic wine, symbolizing the sacred blood of the goose sacrificed for each feather. You stifle a wry smile at the notion of goose blood-red accents. Even the humblest Roman wine vendor would have envied such vivid hues. You step back and circle the pedestal, noticing a series of small, shallow notches carved into the stone base. They mark the count of 22 feathers, a number echoed across cult documents as signifying the complete set. Fringe papyri, though fragmented, imply that each feather corresponded to a lunar month in a special calendar used by the temple priests. This feather month system allowed devotees to track sacred anniversaries and plan rituals by matching moon phases to specific omens gleaned from the goose's behavior. Historians still argue whether the calendar predated the lens of Greek astronomy or was a localized innovation born from the cult's obsession with the goose's cyclical molting. Your gaze drifts upward to a skylight in the vaulted ceiling, through which a sliver of moonlight pierces the chamber like a divine spotlight. It lands directly upon the necklace, illuminating every iridescent ribbon and casting prismatic reflections across the walls. The effect is almost hypnotic. You feel the room's hush deepen, as though the very air has paused to admire the bounteous plumage. You wait for a moment, eyes half closed, imagining that the feathers might hum in resonance with lunar tides. An absurd notion, perhaps, but one that fringe mystics once championed as evidence of the goose's cosmic kinship. Historians still argue whether such cosmic ties were genuine belief or clever metaphor cloaked in religious flourish. A sudden clink of metal breaks the spell. You turn to see a small satchel and a pair of bronze tweezers resting on a nearby table. The tweezers are slender and elegantly curved, their tips etched with feathery motifs. They must have been used to pluck individual barbs, you think, allowing artisans to preserve the feather's structure while wiring it into the necklace. You pick up the tweezers, handle them carefully, as though reluctant to disturb the past, and admire the craftsmanship. Even the tool bears testimony to the reverence once afforded the goose's plumage. Reaching for the satchel, you unzip its soft leather flap and find scraps of faded parchment. Unraveling one piece reveals intricate sketches of feathers, labeled with their positions, dorsal, ventral, and those from tail quills, prized for their broader vein. Another parchment lists incantations, chanted during the plucking ritual, low-whispered verses invoking Hera's name, meant to calm the goose and sanctify each feather as it was removed. The ritual was reportedly conducted by a triad of priestesses who blended goose down dust with melted honey and olive oil to anoint their brows, a symbolic fusion of body bird and earth. You tuck the parchments into your satchel, leaving the tweezers by the table. Their cold bronze against the crimson cloth looks almost alive, like an artifact waiting to be claimed by another inquisitive hand. But the necklace remains the true star here, suspended above its pedestal, as if defying gravity itself. You circle back to the glowing pendant and imagine how it must have felt to wear such a thing, the weight of sacred responsibility mingled with the exquisite, sensual pleasure of its shimmering surface against bare skin. Suddenly the room's lamps gutter their flames, flickering as if stirred by unseen wings. The necklace's iridescence deepens colors, melting into one another in shifting gradients. You tense, recalling a fringe anecdote. A visiting priestess once claimed that upon first wearing the necklace, she heard the goose's honk resonating within her chest, as though the bird's spirit had nested in her soul. Skeptics dismissed it as auditory hallucination, brought on by incense fumes. Believers insisted it was proof of the necklace's living power. Historians still argue whether such reports were genuine mystical experiences or elaborate, self-fulfilling prophecies. You steady your breath, steadier now than the lamps flicker, and murmur to yourself, "All right, Feather Queen, no trickery, just history." You lean forward for one last look, memorizing every shifting hue and the way each fragment catches glints of molten gold from the electrum wire. The chamber hangs on your whispered exclamation, "Incredible," before the lamps steady, and the necklace's glow softens to a steady, serene shimmer. As you step away, you glance at the door beyond the pedestal, a narrow passage leading deeper into the temple's heart. You can't resist its promise of further treasures and perhaps more goose-bound wonders. With one final backward look at the necklace's ethereal glow, you follow the dim corridor, haunted by the echo of phantom honks that seem to murmur, "Follow me." And you do, driven by the lure of feathers' omens and the ceaseless whisper of Hera's favorite goose. You slip through a narrow doorway into an open courtyard, bathed in dawn's pale lavender light, where the skeletal remains of once towering columns stand sentinel over a half-buried altar. This is the birthplace of the sanctuary dedicated to Hera's goose, a modest temple born from humble beginnings, yet destined to eclipse grander halls. You probably won't survive the modest majesty of its founding legend without marveling at how a temple devoted to a goose outlasted more ostentatious shrines. But here you are, tracing the soft crunch of gravel beneath your sandals as you step onto uneven flagstones. The mainstream story credits a seamstress named Lysandra, who lived on this coastal hill in the late 5th century BCE. Tired of weaving plain tunics while watching her husband's merchant vessel founder in a sudden gale, she prayed for guidance before dawn and was answered by the gentle honk of a lone goose fluttering onto her roof. In those days, geese were common barnyard fowl, so Lysandra's neighbors scoffed when she swore the bird spoke directly to Hera. Yet the next morning, a chiseled foundation stone lay at Lysandra's doorstep, bearing the inscription, "Here shall stand a humble house for Hera's vigilant herald." You crouch to brush away debris from the stone, feeling the cold grain of granite under your fingertips. Did Lysandra carve it herself, you wonder? Or did temple artisans heed her dream-born command? Fringe accounts, however, propose a more dramatic birth, that Lysandra was actually a disguised priestess of Demeter, cast out for her unconventional devotion to a goose instead of grain. They claim she stole sacred seeds from grain silos and mixed them with goose down, sowing them around her home, so the birds would sprout sprouts and thus convince villagers of the goose's divine favor. Historians still argue whether this botanical subterfuge ever occurred or if it's simply a later embellishment born from agrarian rivalries. You trace the curve of a broken seed pot shard at your feet and imagine goose down fluff sprouting into wheat. In the earliest morning light, a whimsical thought that makes you suppress a giggle. The temple's earliest foundation remains are visible through cracked earth and tangled time. 4 weathered stone pillars once supported a simple roof of cedar beams, their charred surfaces hinting at a fire, possibly accidental, possibly arson, by rival cults that nearly destroyed the fledgling shrine. You lean against a half-standing pillar, inhaling the resinous scent of cedar mixed with wild herbs, and recall that incense burners discovered nearby still carry trace aromas of frankincense and myrrh. Mainstream archaeologists date these burners to around 480 BCE, aligning with the temple's traditional founding date, and you can't help but smirk. Goose cult, the only one older than your great-aunt's dating app profile. As you wander, you notice a rough-hewn wall section built from local limestone, its face stamped with goose footprints. Pilgrims, you learn, pressed their own feet into wet mortar to symbolize their personal solidarity with the goose's watchful presence. A faint pattern of toe and web imprints remains, each an individual signature of hope or gratitude. You crouch and press your fingers beside one such print, slightly deeper in, as though its owner bore a heavy heart that day. Fringe epigraphers suggest some prints were faked by temple insiders to boost pilgrim numbers during lean seasons, creating an illusion of widespread devotion. Historians still argue whether the prints are authentic marks of faith or clever marketing by ancient temple administrators. You inhale, letting the scent of earth and limestone fill your lungs, and feel that curious blend of skepticism and belief that always accompanies pilgrimage. Ahead, you discover a shallow trench filled with pebbles in concentric circles, an early attempt at a peristyle garden meant to mirror the temple's later circular cella. In the spring, water would have flooded the trench, submerging the stones and reflecting the soft honks of geese as they paddled through. Some scholars maintain this feature was purely decorative, ensuring a pleasant clamor of water and honking for visitors. Others posit it formed part of a ritual purification where initiates waded ankle-deep to symbolically wash away mortal concerns before entering the main sanctuary. Historians still argue whether the garden served aesthetic or sacred functions, and you picture gaudy robes trailing through muddy water, a charmingly damp way to start worship. Your footsteps echo as you circle the courtyard's edge and approach what appears to be the original altar, a squat limestone block stained in places by dark mineral deposits. Pilgrims likely offered small libations here, olive oil, honey, or wine poured from clay jugs with goosebeak spouts carved into their rims. You lift a shard of such a jug, its spout intact, and hold it close. The spout's angled beak juts forward like a silent goose calling across centuries. You tip your head and offer a soft honk in its direction, half expecting it to answer. Of course it doesn't, but you can almost feel Lysandra's presence. Her hands sliding clay into goose shapes, her prayers buoyed on the sound of anxious honking. Fringe folklore persists that Lysandra herself died, clutching this very altar stone, her last breath a goose-like squawk of devotion. Some villagers swear her ghost still walks the courtyard at twilight, tending to stray geese that wander onto the hill. Mainstream texts, however, record no such death. They claim Lysandra lived to old age, overseeing temple expansions with a quiet dignity. Historians still argue whether her passing was natural or steeped in ritual sacrifice, a dispute that seems fueled as much by gossip as by inscriptions. Scattered around the courtyard, you find vestiges of later extensions, mortar lines where new walls once joined and collapsed, drives of limestone slabs that formed processional pathways. At the temple's height, these paths were flanked by tall reed symbols of maritime life, interwoven with goose-shaped totems carved from cedar. Pilgrims would walk these paths at dawn, carrying miniature idols of the goose, while chanting a simple invocation, honk before Hestia, honk before hearth. You hum the chant softly, feeling its rhythm match the thrum of your own heart. Fringe accounts suggest some pilgrims replaced goose idols with masks to further dramatize their devotion, slipping them on in processional parades. Historians still argue whether mask-wearing was a localized custom or a widespread rite. The courtyard's perimeter is ringed by shallow niches, once home to votive offerings of beaten gold goose figurines and crude terracotta eggs. Only fragments remain, now their golden sheen long since leached by wind and time. You crouch before one niche and notice the faint indent of a goose figurine's neck, so delicate it could crumble with a careless brush. You imagine brave villagers depositing these offerings, their hopes carved in gold or clay, trusting the goose's favor would return to them in safe voyages or fruitful harvests. As the lavender sky brightens to rose, you rise and gaze back at the temple's skeletal outline, columns and walls half standing like a birdsong paused mid-note. You feel the weight of centuries in this simple courtyard, where devotion sprouted from a dream and grew into a sanctuary that outlived dynasties. It's a testament, you realize, to the power of a humble goose, or perhaps the audacity of faith itself. With that, you step away, leaving the founding stones behind, but carrying their story forward in your memory. Ahead lies the festival grounds, where the community's efforts to honor the goose blossomed into raucous celebration, and you're itching to see how they turned honks into holiday. You wipe dust from your robes, ready to follow the goose's path through time. You step through a chipped marble arch into a broad clearing ringed by collapsed porticos, the air already thick with the scent of roasting spelt and wild thyme. Dawn's rosy fingers stretch across the horizon, illuminating a sea of brightly colored tunics and fluttering banners, each emblazoned with a stylized goose honking. This is the Festival of Honking, the raucous annual celebration held in honor of Hera's favored fowl. You probably won't survive the cacophony of feathers, flutes, and fervent honks without blinking in disbelief. But trust me, it's worth every sensory overload. Take a slow breath. You're about to witness devotion turned uproarious. Pilgrims from neighboring islands and coastal towns converge here each year during the first new moon after the harvest. Mainstream historians date the festival's earliest recorded mention to 325 BCE, when the temple's treasurer noted a sudden spike in offerings of goose eggs and honey cakes. You weave through throngs of revelers, most clutching slender wooden staffs topped with carved goose heads, their open beaks seemingly frozen mid-honk. Fringe scholars suggest these staffs once served as makeshift sound catchers, amplifying the goose's call during rituals, but evidence for such acoustic devices remains scant. Historians still argue whether sound amplification was ritual necessity or later invention. Ahead, a raised dais draped in saffron cloth hosts the festival's master of ceremonies, a tall priestess wearing a headdress woven from golden goose down. She raises a bronze gong and strikes it twice. The deep reverberation ripples through the crowd like an echo of a goose's low honk. You feel the vibration in your chest as if the bird's spirit itself were calling you forth. Pilgrims respond by mimicking the sound their collective honks, forming a succession of rolling crescendos. You join in. Hesitantly, your honk emerges, shaky, more akin to an amused squeak. But around you, hardened farmers and somber merchants release hearty, confident calls, their voices unified in feathered praise. Directly beyond the dais stands a long wooden table heaped with plates of roasted goose legs, glazed in honey and seasoned with wild herbs. Mainstream feast accounts claim that eating goose flesh during the festival was once considered taboo, reserved only for temple elites. Yet, by Hellenistic times, the ritual feast extended to all pilgrims who believed that sharing the goose's flesh fostered communal bonds and invited prophetic dreams. You bite into a tender drumstick, its skin caramelized, juices sweet and earthy, and smile at how literal the devotion has become. Fringe gastronomers argue that temple cooks enhance the meat with powdered lapis lazuli to emulate the goose's iridescence, though that claim raises eyebrows about ingestion of crushed minerals. Historians still argue whether lapis-infused recipes ever existed, or if they're an ironic embellishment by later diners eager to entertain exotic tales. Off to your left, a group of dancers clad in white tunics and feathered capes weave through the crowd, their movements choreographed to mimic a goose's undulating gait. They dip low, raise their arms in wing-like arcs, and emit soft, synchronized, honking melodies. You watch, mesmerized by the way their flowing motions echo the rhythm of waves lapping against temple piers. Fringe choreographers claim these dance patterns originated from an ancient fertility rite with goose-imprinted footprints left in watered-down clay to bless fields. Historians still argue whether the dances served agricultural purposes or evolved purely as performative homage. Suddenly, a trumpet blast calls for silence. The priestess on the dais uncovers a large wicker basket woven in the shape of a goose's body. Inside nestles a clutch of eggs, pale speckled and warm to the touch. Mainstream ritual dictates that the eggs be passed through the crowd, each pilgrim whispering a personal wish or plea into its shell before returning it to the basket. You cradle the first egg offered to you, feeling its gentle warmth seep into your palms. You lower your head and murmur a private hope, perhaps for a smooth next leg of your journey, perhaps for another festival in years to come. Then place it back amid the others. Fringe whispers insist the eggs once contained hidden scrolls of prophecy, each scrap foretelling weather or fate. Skeptics dismiss this as fanciful rumor. Historians still argue whether any prophetic texts were ever secreted inside sacred eggs, or if that tale merely echoes earlier oracle egg traditions. With that act complete, the festival's focus shifts to honking contests. Two teams of pilgrims face off across a line of concentric circles marked in the dirt. Each must produce the clearest, loudest, and most precise goose honk. Judges, adorned in goose feather laurels, score each performance on clarity, endurance, and tonal fidelity. You lean in as a ruddy-cheeked fisherwoman launches into a near-perfect imitation, a clear, resonant honk-honk, 3 seconds long, followed by 2 shorter echo honks. The crowd erupts in cheers, and the fisherwoman bows, cradling her prize, a bronze plaque shaped like a goose's head. Fringe commentators insist competitors once used concealed reed instruments to bolster their calls, but no physical reeds have ever been found. Historians still argue whether honking prowess relied on natural gift or concealed trickery. Meanwhile, children scamper about chasing after live goslings tethered to straw-woven harnesses. They giggle as the goslings honk back in plaintive curiosity, their soft down brushing against tiny hands. Mainstream observers note that goslings were often gifted to festival victors, who then raised them within temple precincts to train as future weather oracles. You crouch to stroke one gosling's head, its down as soft as a cloud and warm from the morning sun. It tilts its neck and gives you a single plaintive honk, as if acknowledging your presence in its sacred drama. The festival's finale unfolds as the sun finally clears the horizon. The priestess leads a procession circling the central altar, footsteps pressing ancient goosefoot imprints into fresh soil. Pilgrims follow in step voices, raised in an archaic hymn, great guardian of dawn, through honk and feather. Guide us through tempests in calm or bad weather. Your own voice joins the chorus, tentative at first, then more confident as goosehorn motifs echo through your chest. Fringe musicologists argue that the melody's minor key evokes sorrow over lost hatchlings. But others believe it symbolizes the goose's protective vigilance. Historians still debate the hymn's precise origins, though its enduring refrain binds you to countless pilgrims across millennia. As the chant fades, the priestess lifts her arms to the sky, and the crowd bows in unison. A solitary goose, trained for this moment, strides onto the altar, its white plumage gleaming. It honks once long and true, silencing every breath around you. In that instant, the festival's myriad layers of myth, devotion, frivolity, and spectacle crystallize into a single resonant note, the goose's voice echoing through time. You stand breath, caught in your throat, feeling the hush settle like a final downy cloak. Then the crowd exhales applause, erupting as the goose hops down, blinking in the morning light. You release a breath you didn't realize you were holding and smile, exhausted, exhilarated, and oddly comforted by the joyful chaos of goose worship. Ahead, the goose oracles await, ready to guide your next step in this feathered odyssey. You pick your way through departing pilgrims, lantern in hand, eager for what feather-filled mysteries lie beyond. You emerge into a dimly lit chamber where the air trembles with anticipation, thickened by the heady aroma of incense and age-old goose down. Lanterns, hung from iron hooks, cast wavering shadows like spectral feathers dancing on the walls. This is the chamber of the goose oracles, where pilgrims come to seek divine guidance in the form of prophetic honks. You probably won't survive the weight of so many expectant gazes, each fixed on a single feathered vessel, without feeling your heart race. Lean in close to the low railing, for you are about to witness devotion in its most uncanny form. Mainstream sources record that the chamber once held a narrow stone bench upon which a priestess would sit cross-legged, Goose nestled in her lap. Behind them, frescoes depicted revered moments, generals clasping the goose's foot before battle farmers lifting its beak to the sky for rain, and sailors feeding it barley to calm its predictions. You trace the fresco's peeling edges with your gaze, noting how the artist captured the goose's eyes, bright, watchful, as though all-seeing. Fringe scholars insist these eyes were accorded mystical significance. Some believe they bore residual fragments of the original divine essence. Historians still argue whether that essence was born of Hera's tear or merely the fervent belief of early worshippers. You step forward and watch as the current priestess approaches with measured solemnity, Goose cradled in her arms. She wears a white tunic threaded with silver, each strand shimmering like moonlight on a lake. With one hand, she strokes the goose's neck. With the other, she lifts a small, ornate reed pipe to her lips. A hush descends, broken only by the soft scrape of reeds and the goose's soft rustle. The priestess inhales, then exhales a single haunting note from the pipe, an ancient melody said to lull the goose into a prophetic trance. You suppress a breath as the goose's eyes close halfway, its head bobbing in time with the reed's low pulse. Mainstream descriptions refer to such trances as ecstatic states induced by sensory ritual breath, sound scent, while fringe texts dub it avian possession. Historians still argue whether the goose genuinely entered a mystical state or merely responded to rhythmic cues, but the effect on pilgrims is undeniable. They lean forward, hands clasped, eyes gleaming with hope. Suddenly, the goose stirs, rising to its feet. It tilts its head once to the left, they say. If the answer is yes, twice to the right. If no, and 3 rapid honks if the matter is too complex for a simple reply. You watch, breath held, as the priestess poses the first question, whether a child will be born healthy in the coming year. She speaks softly, each syllable deliberate, reverberating in the hush. Will the child come with strength that honors Hera's vigilance? The goose blinks once, tilts its head left, and delivers a single clear honk. A murmur ripples through the crowd, favorable. You step closer to hear pilgrims sighing in relief, some clutching amulets shaped like goose heads, others pressing palms to their chests in gratitude. Fringe accounts claim that these amulets once contained whispered prayers, trapped in hollow cores, released only when warmed by the wearer's skin. Historians still argue whether such amulets were widespread or rare curiosities, but you note the diversity of designs. Bronze, clay-carved bone, each stamped with honking patterns. The next petitioner, an anxious merchant, fretting over a risky voyage west, steps forward. He kneels before the goose, tulip-yellow tunic, stained with sea salt. His question whether his cargo of olive oil will reach foreign markets intact. The priestess repeats, will the seas favor your vessel, and the goose performs its ritual dance. 2 head tilts, 3 honks. The merchant's face drains. 3 honks indicate uncertainty. He bows low, voice trembling as he whispers, "Then I must delay." Mainstream records note that traders often heeded such ambiguity, delaying voyages by weeks to avoid ruin. Fringe sources, however, insist that some captains bribed temple attendants to coax the goose with hidden grain treats, an act of sacrilege, they say, but one sometimes tolerated in desperate times. Historians still argue whether bribery was commonplace or merely the stuff of scandalous rumors. You observe pilgrims moving like silent shadows, each forming their own private bond with the goose's prophecy. A young woman approaches, clutching a tiny box containing the heartseed, a rare drought-resistant barley strain prized by farmers. She asks if she should sow it on her father's land. The goose, coaxed by the reed's melody, honks twice, uncertain again. The woman's lips tremble. She places the barley back in its box, tears glistening. Mainstream texts record that some farmers interpreted repeated uncertain responses as a sign to diversify crops. Instead, fringe agrarians argue that these barley seeds sometimes held mild toxins and that the temple's silence served as protective caution. Historians still argue whether such agricultural practices stemmed from genuine concern or cultic manipulation. At the chamber's far end, you notice a small door inset in the stone wall, half open, revealing a hidden alcove lined with narrow cubby holes. Each holds a pigeonhole-sized clay jar sealed with wax and marked with a pilgrim's name. These are the unspoken yes responses stored for later retrieval. You step toward them, heart thudding, and read names etched into the clay: Althea, Demetrius, Callias. Each jar promises a written oracle inscribed by priests once a month in case queries require nuance beyond a simple honk. Fringe historians claim these written oracles were sometimes elaborate verses referencing other birds' owls, for wisdom, nightingales, for love, further complicating readings. Historians still argue whether the jar's contents ever survived antiquity or were looted and destroyed in temple raids. As the session ends, the priestess guides the goose back to its small wooden enclosure lined with cushions of down and woven reeds. She murmurs a soft thanksgiving hymn, words lost to time, but carrying a haunting melody. You lean in, catching only fragments. Honk, feather guardian dawn. The goose settles eyes, heavy, and tilts its head in what feels like a final divine nod. The priestess extinguishes the reed pipe's flame and closes the chamber door, sealing the prophetic circle until dawn's next congregation. You exhale your lungs, filling with incense-tinged air. The pilgrims shuffle away, some hopeful, others contemplative, each carrying the goose's verdict like a talisman. You linger by the alcove, fingertips brushing cool clay as you muse on the power vested in this single bird. Was it magic ritual or merely the weight of centuries of faith? Historians still argue. But standing here, you sense that prophecy, avian, human, or divine, springs from the same well of yearning, the desire to glimpse the unknown before stepping into fate's tides. You step back into the corridor beyond the chamber, goose feathers drifting in your wake like tiny echoes of sacred honks. The next mystery awaits the pilgrimage journeys that led souls from distant lands to this chamber of whispered hopes. You follow the dimly lit passage, goose oracles' prophecies echoing in your mind, guiding you onward, one cautious step at a time. You step into a dusty stone corridor, its walls etched with pilgrims' names and prayer marks, each a testament to arduous footsteps taken in search of goose-blessed solace. The air here is dry and warm, carrying the faintest tingle of frankincense smoke that must have seeped through the walls from rituals long past. You probably won't survive the weight of so many personal odysseys without pausing to honor the resolve that carried strangers across continents. But let's give them their due. Take a slow breath. You're retracing the very paths trod by hopeful souls who believed a bird's honk held the power to change their destinies. Mainstream records confirm that pilgrims journeyed from as far as Phrygia in Anatolia and Cyrene on North Africa's coast, braving bandit-ridden desert tracks and turbulent seas alike. You imagine packing a simple satchel, a loaf of barley bread, a flask of diluted wine, and a small figurine of a goose to carry as both talisman and tribute. Fringe accounts, however, claim some pilgrim bands traveled under cover of night, guided only by the ghostly echo of far-off honks drifting on the desert wind, a supernatural GPS powered by faith. Historians still argue whether such ghostly calls were actual phenomena or later romantic inventions spun by storytellers craving drama. As you advance, you pass a series of carved waymarks, faded goose symbols pointing the way to the temple. Each marker stands like a silent chaperone, guiding travelers through treacherous stretches where sandstorms could swallow an unwary caravan whole. You crouch to inspect one, noting the deep channel worn by untold hoofbeats and sandal treads. Pilgrims once affixed small votive stones at the marker's base, a practice documented in the temple's 2nd century archives before pressing on toward the promise of divine encounter. You run your fingers over the chipped goose emblem, feeling its groove slick with centuries of pilgrim offerings and desert grit. Turning a corner, you enter a vaulted antechamber where remnants of a makeshift infirmary lie strewn rusted iron bands, clay water jugs encrusted with mineral deposits, and the brittle bones of horses that collapsed from thirst. Mainstream archaeological surveys confirm that temple authorities maintained way stations at regular intervals, offering shelter and basic medical care to the most beleaguered travelers. You pick up a fragment of a chipped jug and sniff its rim. There is still a faint tang of dried dates, suggesting at least one caregiver sought to sweeten water for dehydrated pilgrims. Fringe narratives insist these way stations were also cloaked in arcane secrecy, offering midnight rituals to strengthen weary spirits with goose-down anointing oils. Historians still argue whether such midnight rites were genuine temple practices or whispered rumors intended to keep pagans at bay. You push through a heavy wooden door into a wide courtyard ringed by mud brick walls. Here, thousands of pilgrims turn their feet inward, forming a living tapestry of devotion. You see dim traces of circular fire pits hewn into the earth, one for each pilgrimage season. At night, travelers would huddle around these embers, trading tales of goose-guided miracles and sharing scraps of hardtack. You imagine leaning against a heat-warmed stone, listening to old Euboean mariners recount how a single distant honk saved them from a reefed rock shelf. Fringe anecdotal collections suggest that some pilgrims carried small amphorae filled with goose fat, believed to grant protection against desert mirages, and perhaps offer a snack of last resort. Historians still argue whether goose fat amphorae were practical provisions or symbolic relics meant to bind travelers closer to the cult. Ahead, you spy a narrow staircase leading to a raised platform once the pilgrim's greeting terrace. You ascend and glance out a panorama of rolling dunes, jagged hills, and distant sea glimmers beyond. You stand where weary strangers first glimpsed the temple's spired roof, rising like a mirage on the horizon. Mainstream chronicles note that pilgrims often wept at this sight, their fatigue washed away by tears of relief and awe. You feel a similar lump in your throat as dusk hues paint the sky. Fringe storytellers, however, claim that some pilgrims experienced auditory hallucinations of honks on the breeze before ever seeing the structure, prompting them to stumble forward, guided by phantom calls. Historians still argue whether these auditory mirages were induced by exhaustion or by cunning temple acoustics designed to luring approach. Descending from the terrace, you enter a narrow alley lined with vendors' stalls, paper lanterns strung overhead, tossing flickering light on woven baskets of goose eggs, hand-carved figurines, and scrolls printed with saffron-stained verses. You pause at one stall where an elderly vendor offers you a small goose feather-tipped quill, a modern replica of the pens scribes once used to record pilgrim vows. You heft it in your hand, its weight both fragile and potent. Mainstream guidebooks mention that pilgrims often purchase such quills to write messages for future hope letters left in temple walls or burned in rooftop pyres. Fringe collectors argue that a few quills were dipped in the goose's own blood to seal vows with sacred essence, though no surviving examples bear such macabre stains. Historians still argue whether blood-dipped quills existed or remain a lurid myth of the temple's darker days. You navigate further, squeezing through crowds of festooned camels and donkey packs braying for freedom. Each cargo animal once bore riders' gear bundles of spelt porridge water skins and prayer banners adorned with goose motifs. At midday, nomadic guides reputedly sang simple goose hymns, their voices echoing across barren plains to keep travelers' spirits buoyed. You hum one such hymn under your breath, marveling at how a melody can bridge languages and geography in a single note. Fringe ethnographers suggest these hymns contained secret passages, coded verses that, when sung correctly, opened hidden oasis springs. Historians still argue whether such oasis opening chants were real or clever legend, born of travelers' desperate need for water. Eventually, you reach a towering gate carved from cedar and iron, its threshold marked by a line of polished goose stones, smooth from centuries of respectful footfalls. You pause at the gate's flanking statues, stone geese at rest heads, tilted as if waiting for a cue. Mainstream gate inscriptions, though, eroded once read, "Step with reverence into the realm where feathers speak louder than words." You run a finger over the inscription's faded curves. Fringe linguists propose that the word for feathers in the archaic dialect also covertly meant truth, implying the gate's full intent was step with reverence into the realm where truth speaks louder than words. Historians still argue whether this pun was intentional wordplay or a modern scholar's neat projection. You steel yourself for the final bend in the Pilgrim's Road, a rocky incline that leads directly to the temple's grand portal. Your sandals crunch on loose pebbles as you climb each step, echoing with the hopes of countless devotees. At the summit, you stop and turn, gazing back at the winding path, now aglow in a soft amber glow as torches catch flame for evening vigils. You imagine the communal hush that fell when pilgrims first arrived at this apex, peering down to behold the temple's full silhouette framed by desert sky. The promise of sacred goose encounters lay just beyond the threshold, a culmination of hardship and faith. Gathering your courage, you take the final step and pass through the portal's arch, leaving the pilgrim trails behind. You pause in the shadow of the great doors, each carved panel depicting geese in flight feathers on the wind and honking pilgrims bound for sanctuary. Mainstream accounts describe the hush that greeted arriving pilgrims, an expectant silence so profound it seemed to absorb all worldly worries. Fringe emissaries claim that temple acolytes greeted new arrivals with a single goose feather placed gently upon their foreheads, a symbolic blessing that linked them to Hera's watchful gaze. Historians still argue whether this feather placing was a universal rite or reserved for select initiates. You step forward, the echo of your footfall sounding impossibly loud in the cool, hushed entryway. Beyond these doors lies the temple's inner sanctum, and the promise of divine goose encounters, honks that once shaped destinies. You inhale deeply, tasting dust and incense, and steel your heart for what comes next. Your journey mirrors that of every pilgrim who sought meaning in a feathered oracle's cry. Now you prepare to join their ranks, driven by the same mixture of hope, devotion, and wonder. You find yourself in a cool, shadowed hall where shafts of filtered daylight reveal rows of benches strewn with discarded quills and broken pottery remnants of the temple's bustling feather trade. Here, merchants hawked plumes, prized across the Aegean, turning sacred goose feathers into coveted luxury goods. You probably won't survive the dizzying complexity of this ancient market without catching your breath at the scale of commerce entwined with devotion. But bear with me, this trade shaped economies as much as it honored the divine. Mainstream accounts note that by the 2nd century BCE, the temple oversaw an official quill exchange. Pilgrims and sponsors could trade goose feathers for coins stamped with Hera's visage. These feathers, varying from snowy whites to shimmering silvers, were graded by size, iridescence, and provenance, with those sourced from the goose's tail considered most potent. You pick up a handful of loose barbs, light as air, yet possessing a subtle sheen that catches the light in prismatic flashes. Fringe historians argue that some feathers were treated with secret tinctures, oils, infused with ground sapphire or powdered cinnamon to enhance their color and scent. Historians still argue whether such enhancers were widespread practice or experimental oddities. You step between wooden stalls, each displaying neatly sorted heaps of feathers tied into bundles. A merchant in a dyed wool tunic explains the grading system. Grade A feathers must measure at least 12 inches and boast uninterrupted barbs. Grade B can include slight nicks, while Grade C consists of smaller, downier plumes. He brandishes a dozen Grade A tail feathers that seem to glow with internal light. You run your fingers along one quill's smooth shaft, improbably cool and rigid, and marvel at how something so delicate could command such value. Pilgrims spent fortunes on these trinkets, believing that feathered tokens carried a fraction of the goose's prophetic power. Nearby scribes record transactions on wax tablets, their styluses clicking rhythmically as they etch numbers and trades into smooth surfaces. You lean in to read a list: 20 feathers for 5 drachmas, 50 feathers for 12 drachmas, 1 sacred tail feather for 15 drachmas. For context, a skilled potter earned about 3 drachmas a month. You swallow, realizing that even poorer pilgrims scrape together medals to partake in this exchange. True devotion paid in feathers. Fringe economic theorists propose that the temple's feather market stabilized prices across regions, functioning as a proto-central bank of avian currency. Historians still argue whether this market was officially regulated by the priesthood or operated more informally through merchant guilds. Your gaze drifts to a low platform where junior temple acolytes sort incoming feather shipments. They pluck stray down from baskets, weighing each parcel on brass scales, calibrated with goose-shaped weights. A young acolyte smiles as she balances a small sack, her fingers stained faintly with pale ochre from handling dyed feathers. She explains that dyed feathers were popular among theater performers who used them for elaborate costumes in Dionysian festivals. Fringe performance critics suggest that these dyed plumes once formed the wings of avian choruses, elaborate stage spectacles depicting the goose's cosmic journey. Historians still argue whether such performances were common or confined to elite courts. A sudden breeze rustles through an open doorway carrying the scent of distant sea salt and roasted grains, remnants of offerings from offshore pilgrims. You follow the scent to a corner where merchants trade other goose-derived wares, jars of sweet goose fat balm, bundles of iridescent feathers, bound into hair ornaments and slender quills, fashioned into writing pens, capped with silver filigree. You lift a delicate hair ornament, two feathers bound at their quills by thin wire, and hold it against your hair. It feels absurdly lightweight, but somehow regal, as though wearing it wards off more than just bad hair days. Pilgrims believed such ornaments conveyed minor blessings of eloquence and grace. Your attention shifts to a ledger book displayed on a raised dais. Its leather cover bears the temple's crest, a goose silhouette against a crescent moon. You open it gently, revealing pages of neat ink entries. One line catches your eye. Shipment to Rhodes, 500 feathers. Return goods, saffron, emerald beads. The trade routes were extensive, linking this modest temple to major ports across the Mediterranean. Fringe cartographers claim these routes formed a symbolic feathered chain, reinforcing the goose's mythic unity across cultures. Historians still argue whether such symbolic mapping influenced actual trade policies or remained metaphorical. You step back, adjusting your cloak to avoid brushing stray quills. The hall hums with the rhythm of commerce and devotion, two forces entwined so seamlessly you almost forget this was once a holy space, not merely a market. Pilgrims passed through their pockets lighter, but spirits buoyed by the tangible tokens they carried. Merchants prospered, financing fleets and festivals with feathers plucked from a sacred bird. As you prepare to leave, a merchant presses a feather-tipped quill into your hand, a gift for chronicling this trade story. You nod in thanks, tucking it into your satchel. Ahead, the temple's rival cults await zestful sects, competing for patronage rituals and perhaps even goose feathers of their own. You step toward the archway leading out, ready to witness the clash of divine devotion and mortal ambition that shaped this feather-filled economy. You step into a circular antechamber sealed by towering marble columns, their fluted shafts carved with alternating images of eagle and goose symbols of two mighty patrons vying for supremacy. The tension here is so thick you could slice it with a goose feather if you dared. You probably won't survive this divine rivalry without a raised eyebrow at the cosmic drama. But stay with me, take a deep breath, and sense how even the stones seem caught in a silent debate. Mainstream myths tell of Zeus's simmering jealousy when Hera's goose claimed greater attention. According to the 5th century BCE playwright Sophocles, a court poet once wrote that Zeus strode into Hera's sanctuary one sultry evening, his thunderbolts muted by the bird's resonant honks, and found himself overshadowed by its humble yet potent presence. You peer at a faded mural along the chamber wall. The scene depicts Zeus seated beside Hera, flanked by peacocks and eagles, yet the goose stands at the center, beak raised triumphantly. Its gaze meets yours, as if daring you to question its prominence. Fringe antiquarians argue that this mural masks a veiled political critique. They suggest the artist, a Hellenistic dissident, elevated the goose to undermine Zeus's autocratic image, using subtle allegory to champion modesty over tyranny. Historians still argue whether this was state-sanctioned satire or a rogue painter's flourish, a debate that persists whenever scholars inspect the mural's hand. You lean closer, examining brush strokes rendered in ochre and lapis, and wonder if those deeper reds were once more vivid, betraying a clandestine message. You step past a carved relief showing an argument between Zeus and Hera, their stylized forms contorted in divine frustration. Zeus, with thunderbolt in hand, challenges Hera. Why does your creature command more reverence than my lightning? Hera, calm as a still lake at dawn, gestures toward the goose, her ivory-feathered champion. Mainstream interpretations hold that this myth personifies the tension between raw power Zeus and steadfast vigilance, the goose. You run a finger along the relief's edge, feeling the stone's smooth coolness as though touching Hera's unwavering confidence. Yet fringe mythology enthusiasts whisper of a darker variant. They claim Zeus attempted to steal the goose's eggs, hoping to graft its prophetic talents onto his own eagle flocks. The tale goes that a lone priestess thwarted him by forging decoy eggs of alabaster, fooling the king of gods until the real clutch was spirited away to a hidden sanctuary. Historians still argue whether any records exist of those forged eggs, or if the story is a later invention to dramatize the rivalry. You imagine a pantheon-level heist, Zeus skulking through moonlit corridors in sneaky sandals, and stifle a laugh at the incongruity. Circling the chamber's perimeter, you find alcoves housing votive statuettes. One shows an eagle with a broken wing at the goose's feet. Another, a goose triumphantly standing atop Zeus's thunderbolt. These artifacts suggest that some worshippers expressed loyalty by elevating the goose above the traditional king of gods. Mainstream temple inventories cataloged these as heretic votives, likely removed from the main sanctuary, but still revered by underground devotees. Fringe collectors obsess over these pieces, valuing their rarity and the scandal they imply. Historians still argue whether such votives were widespread symbols of dissent or isolated acts driven by personal grievance. You pause at a massive bronze brazier where incense still smolders in powdered silver and myrrh. Locals say the smoke here once carried pleas for balance between Zeus's storm-born wrath and the goose's gentle foresight. A surviving prayer fragment carved on the brazier's rim reads, "O Zeus of thunder, temper your might. O goose of dawn, lend clarity to our sight." You trace the jagged lettering with your fingertip, tasting the faint metallic tang of burned incense on your tongue. The combined invocation strikes you as a rare plea for divine coexistence, rather than outright rivalry. Venturing deeper, you reach a vaulted niche where a single life-sized statue stands, the Goose of equilibrium. Its neck cranes skyward, wings half spread, as though poised to embrace both lightning and wind. Mainstream art historians date this work to the late Hellenistic period, when syncretic cults sought harmony among deities. Yet, fringe iconologists point out that traces of red pigment remain along the goose's chest feathers. Pigment that, when tested, revealed compounds associated with sacrificial rituals. They argue that worshippers once anointed the statue with blood-red wine to symbolize Zeus's thunder, mingled with the goose's prophetic lifeblood. Historians still argue whether these anointment rites were mainstream practice or extreme fringe ceremonies. A low circular bench encircles the statue, its surface slick with what looks like ancient binding resin. You sit and feel the bench dip imperceptibly under your weight, as though the chamber itself responds to your presence. Some say this bench was used by shamans who mediated disputes between Zeus favoring and goose worshipping factions. They'd sit here offering libations to both eagle and goose, hoping to quell tensions that threatened the cult's unity. Mainstream sources mention councils convened in these chambers, but they paint them as administrative gatherings, not religious reconciliations. Historians still argue whether these councils were political compromises or genuine spiritual dialogues. From your vantage, you spot a narrow door flanked by twin reliefs, one of Zeus raising lightning, the other of the goose's honk, rippling across waves of energy. Above the door, an inscription in archaic Boeotian script reads, "Enter ye who seek the union of power and prophecy." You run a finger over the worn letters, feeling their hollows like whispered secrets. Fringe linguists have debated the exact translation. Some insist power refers to Hera's regal authority rather than Zeus's thunder, reshaping the phrase into "enter ye who seek the union of regal watchfulness and prophecy." Historians still argue which interpretation holds true. But either way, you sense the door leads to a space where divine tensions coalesce. Gathering your resolve, you rise and step toward the carved entrance, each footstep echoing like a heartbeat in the hush. The chamber behind promises a deeper understanding of how mortals navigated the uneasy balance between Zeus's storms and the goose's calm counsel. You press your hand to the door's cool marble and push it open, stepping into a dim corridor where the walls pulse with painted light. The debate between deities hangs in the air, and you're poised to witness how worshippers stitch together thunder and honk into a single tapestry of faith. You push open a weathered iron gate into a low-ceilinged chamber where the air hangs heavy with the tang of damp stone and pungent straw. Flickering oil lamps perched in iron sconces cast long jittering shadows that dance across rows of wooden brooders, each lined with soft goose down and heat-cracked clay eggs. This is the forbidden hatchery, where covert breeding schemes once sought to replicate Hera's divine goose. You probably won't survive the thrill of standing in a room where mortals tried to engineer a demi-goose without a few goosebumps, but trust your curiosity to carry you forward. Mainstream texts record that during the late 3rd century BCE, the temple's high priestess, Philinna, commissioned a secret incubator system beneath the main cella. She installed a network of clay pipes, channeling warm spring water to maintain constant heat in specially constructed chambers. Archaeologists have unearthed fragments of these pipes, terracotta tubes still etched with honking patterns, confirming sophisticated temperature control far ahead of its time. You crouch to examine a broken pipe, its interior rim smeared with ancient limescale, and imagine the ingenuity required to sustain an egg's delicate embryonic life without modern thermostats. Fringe lore, however, insists the breeding schemes went far beyond simple incubation. Some whisper that Philinna and her circle attempted cross-breeding, introducing bloodlines of swan goose and even peacock eggs to produce a creature combining prophetic honks with the peacock's majestic plumage. They claim surviving papyrus scraps describe grafted egg flasks and celestial yolk infusions, terms that sound more like alchemical recipes than agricultural notes. Historians still argue whether these alchemical metaphors mask genuine experimental breeding or served as coded ritual language meant to glorify the goose's divine status. You rise and step between the brooders, their wooden slats showing grooves worn smooth by generations of geese shifting nests. On one bench, broken eggshells lie in scattered halves, some pure white, others stained a faint lavender from pigment experiments. You pick up a shard and hold it to the lamplight. Gilded flecks sparkle within the shell's membrane, evidence that artisans once painted embryos to mimic divine radiance even before hatching. You can't help but murmur, talk about starting life with high expectations before tucking the shard into your satchel. Across the chamber, you find a small table cluttered with cracked clay jars and glass vials. Labels in a hurried Ionic script designate contents: molten wax of malt, saffron-pressed oil, and ground Astraeus starstone. One vial still holds a thick amber residue, likely goose fat, infused with saffron to stimulate feather growth in newborn goslings. You carefully lift the vial, its glass warmed by centuries of heat and sniff, a faint musky sweetness. Fringe mystics claimed that anointing goslings with this oil granted them heightened clairvoyance, while skeptics dismissed it as a simple growth accelerant. Historians still argue whether these treatments produced any actual physiological effects or served purely symbolic roles in hatchery rites. Stepping deeper, you notice a low stone trough filled with warm water, its surface broken by gentle ripples. This is the priming basin where newly hatched goslings first acclimated to water, an essential trial for any goose divine or mortal. Mainstream avian experts note that geese imprint on the first life form they see. Here, temple keepers reportedly used mirrors and statuettes to imprint prophetic symbolism onto the goslings' fledgling minds. You lean over and dip a finger into the basin. The water is surprisingly tepid, comforting, even as though it remembers your touch. Fringe ethologists claim that some goslings, once imprinted with mirror reflections, refuse to honk unless they saw their own mirrored beaks, a behavior that perplexed caretakers. Historians still argue whether these mirror imprinting experiments truly shaped gosling behavior or remained anecdotal oddities. Your lantern's glow reveals a series of hastily carved symbols on the far wall, circles intersecting to form a stylized goose's head dotted with lunar crescents. This iconography matches patterns found on brood brooches, bronze pins worn by incubators as badges of authority. You crouch to trace the carvings, wondering if each symbol represented a specific stage of incubation, warmth, nourishment, and prophetic awakening. Fringe conspiracy theorists maintain that these symbols encoded secret stages of transformation, teaching initiates how to coax divine consciousness from mere down and bone. Historians still argue whether these carvings served mnemonic purposes or were purely aesthetic flourishes by bored artisans. In the corner, you discover a locked hatch set into the floor. Its iron ring is cold against your palm as you pull it free, revealing a narrow staircase leading into deeper darkness. Faint echoes bounce upward, drops of water, distant clucks of disoriented goslings, and an almost imperceptible hum that you swear hints at subterranean water currents. The sign beside the hatch reads simply, "Sacred Seed Vault," in ornate lettering. Legend says this vault stored a single clutch of eggs believed to carry the original celestial goose's lineage. To open this vault required the high priestess's ivory key, a relic lost to time and temple intrigue. You consider the weight of such a lineage, one egg alone potentially heir to Hera's divine essence, safeguarded through centuries of cult upheavals. Fringe pedigree hunters claim that this vault egg was stolen multiple times by rival priests seeking to harness its power. They speak of clandestine midnight raids where cloaked figures slipped down these stairs only to flee empty-handed when warding inscriptions trapped them in an enchanted sleep. Historians still argue whether any credible accounts of these theft attempts exist, or if they form part of an elaborate foundation myth designed to underscore the goose's sanctity. Your palms grow slick as you replace the hatch, resolving to leave the vault unopened, some secrets best honored in legend. You turn back to the brooders, where now a lone gosling shivers under a heat lamp, its soft down damp and clumped. You kneel, whispering, "You little pioneer." You're bearing millennia of expectation, and brush your fingers through its damp feathers. The gosling gazes up at you with dark, inquisitive eyes that seem to study your face. For a fleeting moment, you catch a spark of that legendary watchfulness, as though the bird knows the chamber's entire clandestine history. Rising, you retrace your steps through the brooders and pass the incubation pipes, noting how they disappear into a cracked wall, likely feeding into an even larger network beneath the temple. You recall a mainstream engineering treatise fragment describing similar piping systems in Alexandria, praising their design as quasi-divine for their precision. It seems the temple's hatchery methods influenced broader Hellenistic aqueduct innovations, proof that sacred obsession often drives technological leaps. Before leaving, you pause at the chamber's threshold, glancing back at the brooders where the next generation of potential oracles cluck softly in their nests. The lamps flicker as though bidding you farewell, and the faint hum of water pipes sounds like a ceaseless heartbeat beneath the earth. You step back into the cool corridor, carrying the scent of straw and whispered ambition. The forbidden hatchery's secrets linger, an echo of mortal hubris, striving to capture divine essence in fragile eggshell. You walk on goose-bound mysteries, unfolding before you like the unfurling of a feathered wing. Ahead lies the solemn guardians, the priestess protectors sworn to shield the temple's most sacred relics. And so you press forward, heart-quick senses alight, eager to witness their silent vigil beneath the temple's ancient arches. You slip through a narrow corridor where torchlight flickers against walls, draped in crimson tapestries, embroidered with goose feathers. The air here is hushed heavy with the weight of silent oaths. Ahead, a vaulted vestibule opens onto the guard hall, home to the priestess guards, silent custodians sworn to protect every last egg within the temple's secret chambers. You probably won't survive the solemn intensity of these women without catching your breath at their unwavering vigilance, but steel your nerves. You're about to meet the guardians of Hera's sacred lineage. At the heart of the hall stands a circular dais carved from blood-red porphyry, upon which rests an ornate chest bound with bronze bands etched in looping, honking motifs. Legend holds this chest contains a single clutch of goose eggs, each believed to carry divine potential. The priestess guards stand 4 deep around it, forming a living barrier. Their white linen robes trimmed with silver thread reflect torchlight in spectral gleams. Each wears a slender circlet of electrum on her brow, set with a single goose plume fragment, her mark of office. Mainstream chronicles note that these guards are initiated through a rigorous rite of passage, fasting for 3 days, chanting honking hymns at dawn, and passing a silent vigil beside the broken egg shards of fallen goslings. You step closer, heart pounding, as one priestess, her skin faintly dusted with ash, raises a slender hand in greeting. No word is spoken. Her deep, steady gaze conveys both welcome and warning. Fringe accounts whisper that the priestesses share a telepathic bond, carried through goose-down-lined amulets, an unspoken network of loyalty. Historians still argue whether such bonds were mystical or rooted in shared training and discipline. You bow respectfully, and she inclines her head, once feather light. The other guards shift in unison, their sandals whispering on polished marble. You sense their collective focus, an unbroken chain of awareness circling the sacred chest. A low hum pulses through the air, like the soft vibration of a goose's heartbeat, unifying their measured breaths. You steady your own breathing to match the rhythm, feeling an unexpected calm settle into your chest. One priestess steps forward, carrying a bronze censer that releases tendrils of silvery smoke. She sweeps it in a slow circular motion over the chest, the smoke curling like spirit wings around the iron bands. You inhale the scent, is a complex blend of myrrh, frankincense, and something wilder, goose down infused oil, perhaps. Mainstream ritual manuals confirm this combination served both to purify and to sanctify, warding off decay and malevolent intent. Fringe herbalists insist that the down oil contained compounds that heightened the guard's senses, sharpening hearing and vision during their nocturnal watches. Historians still argue whether such enhancements were physiological or placebo born of devout belief. As the smoke drifts skyward, the lead priestess retrieves a slender silver key from within her cincture. Its bit is shaped like a goose egg, split open the wards, mimicking feather barbs. With practiced grace, she lifts the chest lid, revealing a nest of down-lined compartments, each housing a single pale egg. You catch a soft murmur among the guards, an almost inaudible chorus of honks that seems to rise from their collective breath. One by one they bow toward the eggs, pressing fingertips to their foreheads in silent prayer. You step back, awed by the ritual's quiet gravity. The eggs lie untouched, each shimmering faintly, as though pulsing with latent life. Mainstream observers note that the eggs' surfaces bear microfractures, testaments to the temple's policy of opening each every decade to renew engendered magic. Fringe conspiracists claim the eggs emit soft honks when exposed to moonlight, but only the guards can hear them. Historians still argue whether those sounds were genuine or the product of ritual drums hidden in nearby alcoves. One priestess then slides a scroll tube from her robe and breaks the seal, an ivory inscribed decree listing the names of each guard, their year of induction, and a vow penned in archaic Greek, "By feather and fate, I stand unwavering." She passes the scroll along the circle, and each guard lays a finger atop her name, affirming the vow's living power. You lean in, reading the first name, Unike the Watchful, and smile at the fitting title. Fringe etymologists argue that some names were chosen for their goose-related puns, a playful counterpoint to the solemnity. Historians still debate whether these puns lightened the austere atmosphere or undermined the guard's fearsome reputation. The lead priestess then sets the scroll aside and picks up a small bronze horn carved like a gosling's beak. She raises it to her lips and emits 3 clear blasts, each note lingering like ripples across still water. The sound resonates deep within the hall, vibrating through stone and marrow alike. The other guards respond with 3 harmonic honks, an unspoken signal marking the end of the ceremony. You realize this call and response serves both as confirmation of the egg's safety and as a vow renewal echoing through each guard's soul. As the final honk fades, the chest lid closes with a soft click. The priestesses straighten, returning the key to its hidden sheath. Their silence resumes a living wall of vigilance. You bow again, feeling both humbled and honored to witness such devotion. Step by cautious step, you retreat mindful, not to disturb the sacred circle. At the chamber's threshold, a carved goosefoot imprint on the floor glows, faintly guiding you onward. This mark indicates the path to the reliquary corridor, where broken eggshells, feather fragments, and relics of fallen goslings reside. You follow the imprint's gentle glow, the memory of the guard's solemn oath reverberating in your mind. Their watch continues long after you depart, an unbroken chain of silent sentinel souls sworn to protect divine potential, cradled in fragile shell. You exhale, passing into a slender passage where the light dims and the hush deepens. The echoes of sacred honks linger as you move forward, each footstep drawing you closer to the temple's hidden reliquary and the fragmented echoes of lives begun lost and mourned in Hera's name. You enter a hushed corridor whose walls are lined with shallow alcoves, each containing a whisper of the past, shards of eggshell tufts of down and fractured quills. This is the reliquary corridor, a somber gallery where broken relics of fallen goslings rest forever. You probably won't survive the sorrow of so many abandoned plumages without your heart tightening, but lean in each fragment tells a story of hope, loss, and unwavering faith. Mainstream records note that ovum fractures often occurred during hatching rituals when goslings were tested for prophetic aptitude. If an egg failed to hatch, its remains were consecrated and interred here rather than discarded. You crouch before one niche and trace the delicate spiderweb of cracks in a pale shell, still faintly iridescent. Fringe texts suggest some shells bear microscopic incisions, ritual slit marks meant to release trapped omens before birds emerged. Historians still argue whether these incisions were intentional or the work of cracked storage chambers under shifting foundations. Nearby, a glass case displays a feathered quill, its barbs stiff with resinous varnish, mounted like a fallen angel's wing. Pilgrims once pressed offerings against this quill, believing its broken form contained condensed potency of the divine goose. You reach out fingertips, hovering millimeters from the glass, feeling an almost electric tug, as though the feather itself remembers its loftier days. As you continue, you observe small urns of powdered down fine as dust, each labeled with dates spanning centuries. Mainstream conservationists record that temple priests collected down from both living and sacrificed geese, using it in ceremonial smoke and as bedding for oracles. Fringe alchemical manuals claim that powdered down mixed with temple oils could grant visions when inhaled briefly. Historians still argue whether such inhalations were safe practices or dangerous experiments in altered states. A solitary spotlight illuminates a carved relief at the corridor's end, a goose spreading its wings over cracked eggs, symbolizing both protection and grief. You press your hand to the cool stone, feeling the carved feathers' ridges like messages from long-gone artisans. Beneath an inscription reads, "From fracture springs the path to wisdom." You whisper the words, tasting the carved grooves with your tongue, an intimate communion with loss and revelation. You rise and pass beneath an arch inscribed with tiny goosefoot symbols, each representing a sanctified broken shell. Stepping beyond you, leave the reliquary's mournful hush behind and enter a grand hall where the next mystery awaits the temple's famed honk tones, the unique calls said to carry coded messages. As you step forward, a single broken shell clinks softly in its niche, a final farewell before you press on into the temple's sonic secrets. You step from the hush of the reliquary corridor into a vaulted acoustic chamber where every whisper seems amplified into a soft echo that ripples like water on stone. Here, you stand at the threshold of honk tones, the sacred sonic signatures believed to encode messages from Hera's divine goose. You probably won't survive the uncanny intimacy of this place without a few hairs standing on end, but lean in close and let your ears guide you through waves of ancient sound. Lanterns, mounted on bronze sconces, flicker against walls, carved in deep bas-relief, depicting geese in mid-flight, their beaks agape in eternal honk. Mainstream records describe how priests carefully studied these carvings as visual mnemonic aids when teaching neophytes the four primary honk tones: the dawn call, the reckoning, honk, the questioning echo, and the silent reverent murmur. You trace one honking goose's open beak with your gaze and murmur dawn call, imagining the crisp single-note honk that once greeted the first light. A low wooden bench faces a stone dais at the chamber's heart, where a brass horn in the shape of a goose's beak rests on a velvet cushion. An aged acolyte approaches her white robes embroidered with feather motifs and picks up the horn. She raises it to her lips and exhales a soft, deliberate note, an initial dawn call, honk, that resonates deep in your chest. The sound is gentle yet insistent, a single long tone pitched just above a flute's register, shivering the lamplight into dancing motes. Mainstream acousticians today would note its frequency falls around 440 Hz. The standard tuning A, though ancients tuned their horns by ear. Fringe scholars claim this precise pitch corresponds to the goose's own vocal cord resonance, a phenomenon they dub avian isocardia. Historians still argue whether craftsmen sculpted horns to match goose anatomy or simply mimicked bird calls by trial and error. The acolyte follows with the reckoning honk, a rapid staccato of 3 short blasts. Each honk clangs like iron on iron, reverberating through the chamber's archways. You close your eyes, letting the pattern imprint itself on your mind. Honk, 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 a coded warning of upheaval or divine judgment. Fringe oracular manuals assert that priests interpreted reckoning honks as portents of major societal shifts, wars, plagues, harvest failures, while mainstream texts describe them as calibrations tuning worshippers' hearts to proper ritual rhythm. Historians still argue whether reckoning honks were primarily prophetic or devotional in function. Next comes the questioning echo, a haunting combination of 2 rising notes followed by a drawn-out echoing murmur. The acolyte hollows her cupped hands around her mouth and directs the note at a polished marble panel on the opposite wall. The sound bounces back to you in a wavering whisper, as if the goose itself were asking questions of eternity. You lean forward, heart racing, straining to catch the subtle shift in pitch that betrays hidden syllables. Fringe acoustic theorists propose that priests taught initiates to distinguish 3 layers in the echo: the goose's initial query, a human reply embedded in the stone's resonance, and a 3rd divine response, faintly audible only to the most attuned listeners. Historians still argue whether these supposed layered messages were real oral phenomena or collective imagination fueled by ritual expectation. Finally, the silent reverent murmur fills the space, not with sound, but with its absence, a pause, so complete it seems to swallow even your breath. The acolyte lowers the horn, and together with a chorus of temple singers, raises a soft shh that cascades through the chamber, rounding corners and coalescing into a hypnotic hush. You feel your own pulse, slow your thoughts, drifting toward inaudible horizons. Mainstream liturgical guides describe this tone as the moment when worshippers commune with the goose's spirit, directly suspended between sound and silence. Fringe mystics claim that true believers can perceive faint goose heartbeat rhythms during this murmur, though skeptics dismiss it as mass suggestion. Historians still argue whether silent reverent murmur served as a meditative interlude or as a priestly command to still devotees' minds. As the hush deepens, the acolyte steps aside and invites you to approach a small brass listening cup set into the dais. You place your ear against its smooth surface and exhale, letting the chamber's lingering resonance pour into you. You sense the faintest tickle of sound, almost a heartbeat, you think, Or perhaps the ghost of a honk trapped in bronze. Dust motes swirl around you, illuminated by drifting lantern light, as though each particle were a spark of goose-born magic. Breaking the silence, the acolyte retrieves a cracked alabaster tablet and brushes away centuries-old dust to reveal carved notation marks, dots and lines representing honk lengths and intervals. She gestures for you to follow along, and together you mouth the notation in soft whispers, mapping the chamber's acoustic signature. The tablet labels 4 distinct patterns, each associated with a phase of the goose's life cycle: hatchling chirp, youthful squawk, mature, honk, and final reverent cry. You murmur these names, feeling each label imprint itself on your tongue. Suddenly a soft breeze stirs, lantern flames carrying a faint, unmistakable, natural goose honk from somewhere unseen. You snap your head toward a dark corner, half expecting a real bird, but find only shadows. The acolyte smiles knowingly. Even stones remember their own music, she says, voice gentle. Mainstream accounts note that the chamber's carved reliefs can trap wind currents, producing passive, honk-like tones when breezes pass through hidden vents. Fringe architects claim these vents were intentionally designed to produce goose calls as weather signals, an early form of pneumatic forecasting. Historians still argue whether such passive honk generation was accidental architectural quirk or deliberate temple feature. The acolyte then guides you to a series of bronze bowls arrayed on a low bench, each filled with water at varying depths. She dips the horn's narrow end into one bowl, tilts her wrist, and blows a high, wavering note. The tone transitions as the water's depth changes, creating a haunting, ascending scale, reminiscent of a goose's youthful honk. You realize these bowls served as tuning devices, enabling priests to calibrate horns to match live birds perched in aviaries above. Fringe ornithologists suggest temple geese were trained to honk in specific patterns, rewarding accurate pitch with grain. Skeptics dismiss the notion as fanciful. Historians still argue whether geese were trained for ritual harmony or simply tolerated the musical experiments. As the ritual concludes, the acolyte beckons you back to the dais. In unison, she and 2 other acolytes blow a final chorus of honks, each horn emitting one of the 4 primary tones in sequence, weaving an ephemeral goose symphony. The sound swells in the chamber, reverberating until it fades into a distant echo that seems to reach across time. You stand transfixed, every hair on your skin attuned to the resonance that once guided ancient worshippers in decisions both mundane and momentous. When the last echo vanishes, the acolyte lowers her horn and bows. You bow in return, feeling a profound hush descend upon you. Mainstream liturgists would call this the sanctification of hearing. Fringe metaphysicians call it the goose's gift of inner sight. Historians still argue what true power lay in these honk tones: prophecy, meditation, or communal bonding. But standing here, you recognize something universal sound, whether goose-born or human-made, has the power to bind hearts across centuries. You step away from the dais, each footfall muffled by a thick woven carpet embroidered with feather motifs. Lantern light follows you as you tread toward a narrow exit corridor where carved honk symbols fade into plain stone. You carry in your mind the chamber's acoustic signature. The dawn calls clarity, the reckoning, honks urgency, the questioning echoes mystery, and the silent reverent murmurs stillness, woven into a melody that transcends words. Ahead awaits Section 14, where temple geese once served as unexpected battlefield sentinels. But before you go, pause and let the goose's tones reverberate within your chest. For in this chamber, every honk was more than a sound. It was a voice, calling through time, inviting you to listen, remember, and believe. You slip out of the acoustic sanctum and into a narrow shadowed passage, lined with faded battle standards, tattered banners, bearing goose silhouettes caught mid-Hon Quay. The corridor opens onto a broad courtyard, once used as a mustering ground for warriors who marched behind feathered sentinels into conflict. Here, you witness how the temple's geese served as unexpected battlefield heralds and guardians. You probably won't survive another goose surprise without marveling that a humble honk could tip the scales of war. But steel your nerves and let each step carry you into the clash of feather and steel. The mainstream tale begins in 371 BCE when the city-state of Aegina lay besieged by Spartan phalanxes. According to surviving accounts from the historian Xenophon, the temple's keeper released a flock of geese across the battlefield's flank at dawn. Their sudden chorus of honks alarmed the Spartan scouts who mistook the flurry of white wings for hidden militia reinforcements. Panicked, the Spartans halted their advance, buying precious hours for Aeginatan forces to fortify their defenses. You trace your fingers along a chipped relief on a stone wall, warriors clutching spears, eyes wide as geese, wheel overhead. Fringe legends embellish this event, claiming the geese were led by a golden-plumed champion goose, trained in tactical honk patterns. Historians still argue whether any single goose held special status, or if the story grew from multiple flocks roused by dawn's light. You step onto the courtyard's worn cobbles and feel the faint groove of ancient chariot wheels carved into the stone. Columns around you bear scorch marks, remnants of flaming arrows deflected by goose-dip-soaked shields. Mainstream military treatises reference these protective shields, woven wicker, soaked in goose fat and water, whose smoked sheen repelled firebrand missiles aimed to burn siege towers. You crouch to inspect a broken fragment of such a shield. Hardened resin streaks cling to braided reeds like dried tears. Fringed tactical manuals claim goose fat's water-retaining properties, made the shields uniquely fireproof, a technique lost to time when temple secrets perished with their guardians. Historians still argue whether goose fat defenses were widespread tactics or isolated temple innovations. Ahead, a raised platform hosts a mosaic depicting a goose-guided ambush. Soldiers lie hidden in olive groves, while geese waddle boldly along a hidden path, their honks signaling the right moment to rise and charge. You imagine standing behind one of those groves, waiting for the sacred signal, heart pounding at every honk, pause, honk sequence. Fringe raconteurs insist the geese were trained to honk in Morse-like codes, two short, one long, to coordinate flank maneuvers. Historians still argue whether any such coded sequences were actual practice or conjecture colored by later military mythmakers. A low bench along the courtyard's edge holds ceremonial war-honking horns, fashioned in goose form, miniature replicas of the temple's oracle horns, but decorated with battle scars. You lift one horn. Its bronze surface is pitted from spent sling stones, and a patina of green-blue oxidation highlights carved honking patterns. Mainstream artifact logs record that these horns were sounded to rally troops and signal tactical retreats. Fringe strategists argue that each horn bore a unique tone, enabling generals to issue specific commands through sonic honk codes. Historians still argue whether battlefield communication relied on distinct horn signals or if general shouting and drum beats sufficed. Your gaze drifts to an alcove where a weathered banner, once draped over a captain's shield, hangs in silent reverence. Its crimson fabric bears an embroidered goose trampling a crowned helmet, symbolizing divine protection, triumphing over human ambition. You brush away centuries of dust, revealing tiny stitches of silver thread gleaming beneath your fingertip. Mainstream heralds' registers list this banner as the standard of vigil carried into skirmishes to invoke Hera's watchful favor. Fringe vexillologists claim that the banner's design encoded tactical maps, feathers, pointing toward enemy weak points when oriented under midday sun. Historians still argue whether banners served cartographic roles or simply as morale-boosting emblems. Suddenly, a distant roll of thunder drums through the courtyard, though the sky outside remains clear, perhaps a callback to the first battle, when geese cried out just as thunderclouds gathered, convincing soldiers it was a divine portent. You shiver, recalling the goose's role as herald of omens in Section 3, and you smile at the echo of history repeating itself. The courtyard stones creak underfoot as you approach a stone brazier once used for warfare rituals. You kneel to inspect faint scorch rings. Temple priests would light purifying fires here, offering burnt goose bits as sacrificial tokens to secure victory. Mainstream ritual guides mention that these charred fragments were scattered before battle to appease capricious war gods. Fringe ritualists propose that burning goose artifacts unleashed spectral honks perceived only by the enemy, an early form of psychological warfare. Historians still argue whether supernatural effects ever accompanied these rites or if their impact rested purely in ritual symbolism. You rise and head toward a low archway leading to the war quarters, a dimly lit gallery where war-worn geese were tended after campaigns. Inside, you find scratch marks on wooden stalls where tired birds once roosted. A crude basin sits nearby, its rim stained dark with goose fat residue. Mainstream veterinary papyri note that geese suffered wing and leg injuries in battle, requiring saline washes and herbal poultices of pounded myrtle and bay leaf. You dip a fingertip into dry residue on the basin's edge. Faint hints of myrtle oil linger beneath layers of dust. Fringe avian healers claim temple doctors applied goose blood dressings to heal soldiers' wounds, galvanized by sympathy for their feathered comrades. Historians still argue whether such cross-species treatments had any therapeutic basis or emerged as empathic lore. As you exit the war quarters, you pass a solemn memorial, a circular stone engraved with the names of geese lost in service to the temple, each listed alongside the mortal soldiers they aided. You read a few lines. Adrastos, age 3, saved Captain Theron's flank. Ephialtes, age 2, warned of midnight raid. And feel your chest tighten. The memorial's inscription bears a final line. Honking heart and faithful wing, we remember. You bow your head, honoring both bird and warrior alike. Stepping back into the sunlight-washed courtyard, you linger as goose-patterned shadows flicker across the stones. Memories of shields, horns, banners, and living ambush guides whirl in your mind like drifting down. You recall how a simple honk once reshaped destinies on ancient battlefields, proving that faith and clever tactics can conquer even the fiercest phalanx. The scent of dried thyme and sun-baked stone rises around you, carrying the faintest echo of wing beat and honk entwined. Ahead lies Section 15, where ancient pilgrims left quirky graffiti of their goose idols on sanctuary walls. But before you continue, pause to let the image of warriors rallied by goose calls settle in your chest, reminding you that sometimes the smallest voice can command the greatest courage. You wander through a dimly lit cloister where shafts of pale sunlight slip through moss-grown arches and dance upon crumbling plaster walls. Here, hidden from the main sanctum's grandeur, pilgrims and temple artisans alike left their marks, quirky goose sketches scrawled in charcoal ochre and faded red pigment. You probably won't survive the charm of these ancient doodles without smiling at the spontaneous creativity they reveal, but lean closer and let each image guide you through moments of humor, devotion, and everyday life etched in feathered form. Mainstream archaeologists first documented this graffiti in the 19th century, noting hundreds of goose-inspired drawings scattered along a hidden passage known as the Artist's Walk. You crouch before one panel, brushing away a layer of dust to reveal a wobbly goose, mid-stride tongue, lolling in an exaggerated honk. Its body is a rounded oval, topped by 3 quick flicks for feathers, childlike yet full of character. You trace the uneven lines with your fingertip, feeling the slight gouges where the charcoal bit into the plaster. Fringe art historians suggest this particular sketch was made by a mischievous temple novice, its oversized beak a playful jab at the solemn peacock motifs dominating more formal frescoes. Historians still argue whether these drawings were sanctioned by temple authorities or condemned as irreverent acts of youthful whimsy. You step forward and discover a second panel depicting a goose wearing a crown, an unmistakable nod to Hera herself. The crown is crudely rendered, 3 triangular points perched precariously atop the goose's head. Beneath it, someone added a faint inscription in looping script, Queen Honk. You stifle a laugh, imagining a bored pilgrim gifting the goose its own humble meme centuries before internet culture. Fringe linguists argue that Queen Honk was more than jest. Some interpret it as an insider's code for a secret female society within the temple hierarchy. Historians still argue whether any such society existed or if this was simply pilgrims' affectionate nickname for the divine bird. Further along, a larger tableau sprawls across an arched recess, a procession of geese marching 2 by 2, each figure progressively larger, suggesting movement and growth. Mainstream epigraphers date this to the 2nd century CE, theorizing it marked an annual novice initiation ceremony where recruits paraded holding goosebeak masks. You imagine young acolytes donning these masks, feathers brushing their cheeks as they wobbled in goose-like gait before the high priestess. Fringe ritual scholars propose that the sequence symbolizes spiritual maturation, each goose representing a stage from fledgling believer to seasoned devotee. Historians still argue whether this progression was literal enactment or poetic metaphor painted on the walls. You follow your gaze to a corner where graffiti morphs into something more intimate, a sketch of 2 geese face to face, their beaks almost touching as though sharing secrets. Above them, someone drew tiny speech bubbles filled with simple characters. One bubble contains a honk, the other a question mark. This comic-like scene feels surprisingly modern. You imagine lovers in antiquity, playfully depicting disagreement over whether to honor the goose with a kiss or a caress. Mainstream social historians note that temple grounds often served as meeting places for young couples, so graffiti like this likely intertwines devotion with courtship. Fringe romanticists assert these geese represent star-crossed pilgrims whose love was tested by prophecy, using goose imagery to encode private messages. Historians still argue whether such romance graffiti was common or limited to a spirited few. Near the cloister's end, the plaster peels away to reveal an underlayer of red ochre. Someone scraped away the top layer to reveal a detailed goose head, drawn in charcoal, its eye, a perfect circle, and beak, rendered with a confident swoop. Mainstream conservationists regard this as a later addition, possibly by a 5th century restorer seeking to refresh earlier graffiti. You lean in, marveling at the contrast between the bold lines and the fragile pigment beneath. Fringe conservation debates swirl around whether such restorations honored original artists or unwittingly erased authentic marks. Historians still argue whether any restoration efforts occurred at all, or if the sharp contrast is merely the result of better preserved underground plaster. Across from that refreshed image, a chaotic cluster of stick figures cavorts around a goose drawn at the wall's center, its wings outspread. The human figures hold small objects, perhaps offerings of eggs or simple twigs. Mainstream interpretations see this as a festival scene, likely captured by a passerby eager to memorialize the frenzy of the Festival of Honking in miniature. You imagine that same festival from Section 6, now shrunk to a pocket-sized parody, goose-shaped confetti, flying devotees, tossing handfuls of down into the air. Fringe graffiti specialists argue it's a political cartoon mocking temple extravagance, with tiny figures symbolizing greed and excess offering sticks instead of real feathers. Historians still argue whether this scene lampoons or celebrates ritual fervor. You pause at an inscription that reads Stefania Honkulos, next to a drawing of a goose wearing a laurel wreath. Lauritum, or little wreath, was the informal name of a novice's challenge out-honking the temple's goose oracle. Mainstream sources mention that victorious novices earned small laurel crowns, symbolizing their readiness for deeper initiation. You chuckle at the blend of Greek and mock Latin honkulos. Feels like an ancient pun. Fringe philologists suggest this half-Latin term indicates graffiti made by Roman recruits stationed nearby, blending languages in playful defiance of temple decorum. Historians still argue whether any Roman soldiers actually trained as acolytes or simply left irreverent marks in passing. Between these grand scenes and witty inscriptions, you find delicate doodles, tiny geese perched atop amphora geese, tangled in ribbon-like vines, even one goose depicted standing on a snail's shell. Each absurd image invites you to piece together the humor and heartfelt expression of those ancient artists. You imagine pilgrims idly sketching these during long waits, nerves frayed, before prophecy, sessions transferring their anxieties and amusements onto the wall. Fringe cognitive archaeologists theorize that casual graffiti served cognitive behavioral purposes, helping pilgrims process ritual stress through spontaneous art. Historians still argue whether graffiti was primarily emotional release or stubborn defiance of temple rules. Your foot catches on a loose flagstone, sending a scrabble of dust motes drifting into a shaft of sunlight. Kneeling, you brush them aside, and spot a small goose silhouette inscribed in the stone itself. No pigment, just a carved indent. You run your finger along the crisp outline, beaded chest, slender neck, confident stance. This carving feels intentional, almost official. Mainstream site surveys record it as a boundary marker, indicating lines beyond which casual visitors could not venture. You imagine priests drawing this boundary daily, reminding pilgrims to respect sacred ground. Fringe boundary scholars argue it denoted a fiscal zone. Pilgrims crossing the line owed entrance dues, while insiders enjoyed free pilgrimage. Historians still argue whether such goosefoot boundaries served spiritual or economic functions. You rise and stretch, heart warmed by these glimpses of everyday life woven into the temple's fabric. The artist's walk walls, once mere stone, now breathe with the voices of countless travelers, lovers, novices, skeptics, and pranksters alike. Each sketch, inscription, or carving embodies the human impulse to leave a mark, to honor, to jest, or to question. Ahead, the corridor bends toward the chamber of the cult's decline, where you'll trace how the goose cult faded under shifting empires. But pause now and let the laughter of ancient drafters echo in your mind, reminding you that even in devotion's shadow, the light of human whimsy endures. You step through a heavy oak door into a broad sunlit hall where peeling frescoes and fractured columns bear witness to the cult's waning centuries. Pillars, once draped in festival banners, now stand bare, their marble faces etched with the faintest traces of goose-honking motifs. You probably won't survive the melancholic weight of decline without your heart tightening for these once vibrant worshippers. But press on, this chapter of fading flame holds lessons in impermanence and resilience. Mainstream historians date the cult's initial downturn to the Roman annexation of Aegina in the 1st century BCE, when state-sponsored worship shifted toward pan-Mediterranean deities. Imperial edicts promoted the cult of Roma and Venus, while local goose rites lost official patronage and funding. You trace your fingers along a chipped inscription, quoting an imperial decree. All minor local shrines shall render offerings to the Capitoline Triad. The lettering is worn, but you imagine torchlit processions, turning from goose-feathered altars toward marble temples of Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva. Fringe numismatists, however, claim some local coinage continued to bear goose symbols well into the 2nd century CE, suggesting pockets of resistance. Historians still argue whether these coins represent genuine cult persistence or were mere nostalgic design choices by local mintmasters. Your gaze drifts to a half-collapsed niche where a lone bronze candlestick stands, its twin arms still poised to hold flickering lights. Mainstream archaeologists uncovered burnt olive oil stains around its base, indicating the niche remained in sporadic use long after the temple's heyday. Fringe ritualists argue that clandestine priests maintained a keep the flame alive vigil here, feeding offerings by night to ward off the goose's oblivion. Historians still argue whether such secret ceremonies actually occurred or exist only as whispered echoes in later texts. You move toward a faded mosaic floor panel, showing the final festival of honking its vibrant palette, long since muted to pastel smudges. Pilgrims once flooded this hall wearing goose masks and shouting in joyful honks, but the last recorded festival in 145 CE drew only a handful of mournful devotees. You crouch to inspect the mosaic's rust-brown tesserae, noting where missing pieces were crudely replaced with local pebbles. Fringe conservationists lambaste these repairs as sacrilege, erasing original artistry in favor of makeshift cobbling. Historians still argue whether these patchwork restorations represent pragmatism during declining times or early vandalism meant to hasten the cult's end. A narrow arch leads to the library annex, now a desolate chamber of toppled scroll cases and scattered papyrus fragments. You sift through brittle scraps littering the floor, recognizing snatches of ritual instructions once penned by priests at the cult's zenith. One fragment reads, "Invoke the Goose of Dawn," before crumbling beneath your touch. Mainstream philologists note that most library texts were looted or repurposed for Christian scribes by the 4th century CE. Fringe philological circles, however, have published conjectural reconstructions of missing passages, claiming entire chapters on midnight goose mysteries survive only in palimpsest hints. Historians still argue whether such conjectures rest on solid evidence or wishful thinking by druid-like enthusiasts. You emerge into a corridor where Christian iconography has been overlaid on older goose reliefs, crosses, painted above honking geese saints' halos, sketched around once crowned birds. This syncretism, mainstream scholars agree, eased the cult's assimilation into emerging Christian practices. Worshippers repurposed the goose as a symbol of vigilance against spiritual darkness, its honk recast as an alarm bell urging faithfulness. Fringe theologians, though, insist some parishioners co-opted goose rituals clandestinely, whispering honks during midnight liturgies. Historians still argue whether these secret rites endured or were simply salacious rumors spread by ecclesiastical rivals. A final chapel lies beyond its altar, scarred by time. You kneel before a fractured slab, once used for goose sacrifices, now stained with both olive oil drippings and faint red pigment, where Christians later painted the blood of martyrs. Mainstream liturgical records describe how the altar was rededicated to local saints, goose bones burned and cast aside. Fringe occultists maintain that some fragments of the altar still carry prophetic resonance, claiming ritual contact with them summons fleeting goose-like omens. Historians still argue whether any vestiges of ancient prophecy survived into the medieval period, or succumbed entirely to Christian orthodoxy. You rise, dusting your robes, and walk back through the hall, where once proud columns lean in silent sorrow. Light filters through shuttered windows, illuminating a final pigeonhole, where the last recorded votive offering a simple alabaster goose figurine remains unclaimed. You lift it, feeling its cool, smooth surface and marveling at its modest grace. The figurine speaks of a faith undiminished by shifting empires, its lone presence a testament to devotion's stubborn persistence. As you pass under a low archway leading out of the decline hall, you catch one last echo of imagined honks, soft, distant reminders of a cult dancing on history's edge. You step into the late afternoon sun, heart heavy with the goose's fading chorus, yet warmed by the knowledge that every echo carries seeds of revival. Ahead, rediscovered ruins await excavation, promising fresh sparks to rekindle ancient devotion. But for now, you pause in that golden light, honoring the goose's legacy in both its triumph and its twilight. You descend a narrow spiral staircase, whose worn stone steps slant slightly from centuries of use, finally emerging into a sun-scorched clearing dotted with half-excavated foundations and clusters of picket fencing. Here in the dust and heat, modern excavators, trowels in hand, sweat beading on brows, are meticulously unearthing feather-lined altars and fragmented idols long buried beneath millennia of soil. You probably won't survive the thrill of witnessing lost relics claw their way back to daylight without your pulse quickening, but lean close. This is where history and myth resurface in startling relief. Since 1924, archaeological teams have returned seasonally to this remote site on Aegina's eastern slopes each year, peeling back layers of collapse and sediment. Mainstream reports note that initial digs revealed a network of subterranean chambers rich in goose-related artifacts, terracotta egg lamps, bronze statuettes of goslings, and altars inlaid with mother-of-pearl feathers. You step around a shallow trench lined with plastic sheeting, where an open crate holds triangular stone fragments carved with looping honk motifs. Each piece is carefully catalogued with chalked numbers, destined for the site's on-site conservation laboratory. Fringe enthusiasts, though, insist these excavations scratch only the surface. They claim remote sensing has detected hidden vaults sealed by massive stone slabs, still intact and possibly housing the legendary clutch of original celestial eggs. Historians still argue whether these vaults exist, or if fringe radar signals instead registered natural bedrock anomalies. You peer into a half-open grid square where a partially exposed marble altar gleams its inlaid feathers of iridescent shell, flashing in your lantern's beam, as though mocking the dry earth around them. Nearby, a conservator in dust-streaked overalls delicately brushes away soil from a bronze idol's base, revealing the figure of a goose standing sentinel, wings folded and neck stretched skyward. Mainstream catalogs identify this piece as a late Hellenistic creation, likely adorning a niche beside the main sanctuary's entrance. You crouch to inspect its surface. Faint traces of red pigment cling to the goose's crest, suggesting it was once highlighted in vibrant hues. Fringe pigment analysts propose that this red shade derived from crushed rose beetle shells, lending the idol a living blush, meant to mimic a goose's natural flamingo pink gular pouch. Historians still argue whether such exotic pigments were common or reserved for the most sacred sculptures. All around sherds of painted pottery lie in scattered patterns, trials of the wheel, where artisans tested goose feather designs before final production. You pick up a shard displaying a fine-line depiction of two geese entwined, one flapping, one honking its beak, accentuated by a crescent motif. Mainstream typologists see this as an example of mid-period temple ware, used to store consecrated oils. Fringe connoisseurs note that the precise crescent placement matches lunar calendars, suggesting the vase served in moon phase ceremonies rather than mundane storage. Historians still argue which interpretation holds sway. A crane's distant click signals a lift of a heavy stone slab, part of a newly exposed altar platform. Excavators cheer softly as they reveal a smooth plain inscribed with feather barb glyphs, each groove catching the midday light like primordial writing. You step forward, heart leaping, and run your finger along one deeply carved barb. Its edge is sharp and fresh, as if cut yesterday. This altar, mainstream scholars say, dates to around 150 BCE, part of a major temple expansion funded by wealthy donors seeking goose-born prophecy. Fringe benefactor historians, however, identify donor names engraved beneath the glyphs, members of a shadowy priestly caste who monopolized oracle access. Historians still argue whether these donors wielded political power or merely pious wealth. Off to one side, you discover a shallow pit filled with goose eggshell fragments, many sprinkled with gold leaf and traces of purple dye. Mainstream conservators believe these were fragments from ceremonial offerings smashed in ritual climax. You kneel and gently lift a gilded fragment, marveling at how thinly the gold was applied, gleaming like liquid sunlight against fragile shell. Fringe ritual texts, though, suggest that purple-dyed eggshells were reserved for initiation rites, marking novices who'd completed their first prophetic session. Historians still argue whether color-coded eggshells denoted rank or represented seasonal festivals. Beyond the pit, a line of stone benches marks a recently excavated viewing gallery. Archaeologists theorize this was where devotees watched goose-led ceremonies from a raised vantage point. You imagine hundreds of pilgrims seated here, necks craned upward to see trained geese march in feathered processions. Below, on the gallery floor, a mosaic floor panel depicting honking geese in a circular honking ring shone brightly in ancient light. Now conservators have lifted sections for study, leaving only ghostly outlines in the dirt. Fringe mosaic specialists, however, claim that hints of colored glass and tesserae remain locked beneath layers of dust, awaiting reassembly in a world-class museum someday. Historians still argue whether reconstructing such mosaics honors original context or commodifies sacred art. You rise and follow a line of tape cordoning off a collapsed stairway, leading to deeper, tomb-like chambers. Lighting rigs dangle overhead as teams prepare to clear debris, a risky operation rumored to target a repository of votive offerings. Mainstream site managers stress safety, insisting on gradual tunnel shoring before entry. Fringe diggers grumble at the delay, convinced that within lie feather-lined sarcophagi of high priests and maybe even the fabled Hera's goose itself, preserved by alchemical mummification. Historians still argue whether the bird or any bird could have endured such preservation, or if this rumor persists as a last-ditch gamble for sensational discovery. Turning away from the tunnels, you step toward a cluster of modern survey markers, the intersection of ancient grid and contemporary mapping. A GPS unit beeps nearby, registering your location as you stand above what once served as a ceremonial spring freshwater piped in to sanctify temple borders. Mainstream hydrologists note that spring's flow has dwindled, suggesting climate shifts. Fringe eco-historians lament that reduced water supply could explain part of the cult's historical decline. Historians still argue whether environmental factors or imperial politics proved the goose's biggest adversary. As the sun dips westward, the site transforms. Shadows, lengthened dust motes, dance in golden shafts, and the half-exposed stones begin to glow softly. You realize these ruins, half buried and half revealed, straddle the line between oblivion and memory. Each unturned stone, a promise of stories yet untold. Modern excavations, though meticulous and scientific, can only reconstruct forms. The goose's true spirit still flutters in wind-carved hollows and feather-etched glyphs. You pause at the site's edge, gazing back at the exposed altar, and crane at the geese, immortalized in shell and metal. In that moment you feel the connective thread across centuries, from Lysandra's dream to Felina's hatchery, from battlefield honks to silent reliquary. Echoes all converging here in dust and stone. You inhale deeply, tasting the mingled scents of earth metal and sun-baked clay, and carry that breath with you as you step back through the dig's fringe, returning to a world where goose devotion survives in whispered legend and shifting sands. You step into a lofty study lined with battered scroll cases, their shelves sagging under the weight of dusty tomes and rolled papyri bound with crimson ribbons. Here, under vaulted ceilings, streaked with dim fresco fragments, scholars gathered through the ages to debate the very existence and scope of Hera's goose cult. You probably won't survive the dizzying clash of opinions without feeling your head spin, but lean in. This is where belief and evidence collide in storms more tempestuous than any sea gale. The chamber's center is dominated by a massive oaken table scarred with ink stains and the gouges of frustrated quills. Mainstream classicists once convened here to compare temple records with state archives, seeking confirmation that the goose's worship ever rose beyond local lore. They pored over financial ledgers, listing feather expenditures and official decree transcripts sanctioning goose festivals. Yet despite these sources, some argued that the cult's documentation was too sparse and uneven, suggesting it was a minor offshoot rather than a major religious movement. Fringe antiquarians, in contrast, point to obscure references in traveling plays and inscriptions hidden in remote chapels, fragments too scattered for mainstream scholars to piece together. They claim these allusions betray a vast network of satellite shrines, each devoted to goose omens adapted to regional climates and customs. Historians still argue whether these sites were officially affiliated with the central temple or represented independent flocks of devotion, metaphorically honking in harmony. On one wall, a faded mural depicts two rival historians in heated discourse, one wielding a scroll marked Pragmatai official acts, the other clutching a fragment reading Thimosia Logoi popular accounts. Their hands are raised in passionate gesticulation, goose feathers drifting between them like flying punctuation. Mainstream readings interpret this as a playful self-portrait by a temple scribe poking fun at scholarly bickering. Fringe commentators see a coded acknowledgement that official and popular narratives were forever out of sync. You move to a lectern where a single papyrus column remains unfurled. Its hieratic script outlines an argument by the 5th century scholar Eunomius, who challenged the cult's legitimacy by contrasting its goose rites with established Olympian worship. Eunomius's treatise dismisses goose honks as petty quackery, lacking ritual gravitas, insisting that any prophetic value derived solely from state-sanctioned oracles. Yet marginalia added centuries later, several lines scrawled in shaky Byzantine script defend the goose's standing, better a vigilant honk than tangled riddles of Delphi. Historians still argue whether these later annotations reflect genuine continuations of debate or medieval monks' attempts to claim ancient prestige. A low bookcase holds bound volumes of 19th century travelogues by European explorers who marveled at the temple's ruins and speculated wildly about its purpose. They measured column heights, sketched mosaic fragments, and recorded local legends passed down through village elders. Mainstream archaeologists consulted these accounts cautiously, valuing their first-hand observations, but wary of romantic exaggerations. Fringe researchers, however, prize the travelogues as repositories of oral traditions lost to time, stories of invisible honks echoing through olive groves and clandestine midnight pilgrimages across moonlit waters. Historians still argue whether these tales hold kernels of truth or constitute fanciful folklore. In a corner, modern scholars have taped printed articles outlining genetic studies on goose populations near the ancient site. Preliminary DNA sampling of wild gray-lag geese reveals mitochondrial markers shared with ancient goose bones found in temple deposits. Mainstream biologists take this as evidence of selective breeding by temple priests, an intriguing but unproven link. Fringe biohistorians leap from these data to revolutionary claims that the temple's original flock persists today disguised among wild birds carrying a living genetic legacy of divine descent. Historians still argue whether genetic continuity supports cultural continuity or merely ecological happenstance. You crouch to examine a small podium where 3 notebooks lie open their pages, filled with competing taxonomies of goose honk frequencies. Acoustic researchers in the early 20th century recorded wild goose calls and compared them with reconstructions of honk tones from ceramic horn replicas. Their charts overlay spectrograms and waveforms seeking patterns that match ancient descriptions of prophetic hollers. Mainstream ethologists deem the approach methodologically sound, but limited by noisy environments and lost prototypes. Fringe sound archaeologists insist that digital modeling can fully recover the true goose oracle voice, offering a direct conduit to past prophecy. Historians still argue whether such reconstructions capture authentic ritual experience or remain modern simulacra. Across the room, a pair of scholars argue quietly over a laminated dossier of temple iconography. One points to a recurring goose motif, a stylized crest resembling a sunburst, arguing it signifies solar worship rather than avian veneration. The other rebuts, noting that the motif appears exclusively in goose contexts, never alongside typical solar symbols. Historians still argue whether the crest represents a cosmic goose guiding dawn's light or simply an artistic flourish common to the region's aesthetics. As you turn toward the chamber's exit, you notice a final alcove where a single brass plaque hangs. Its engraved dedication reads, "To those who listen between honks, we grant the gift of discernment." Beneath a footnote in Latin cautions, "Beware, certitude in whispers." You pause, absorbing the layered irony that certainty is elusive, whether in goose-born prophecy or human scholarship. The plaque's edge is worn smooth by passing hands, evidence that pilgrims and scholars alike felt compelled to touch its reassuring words. You step back into the hallway beyond the echoes of learned debate, fading into stillness. Around you, the temple's halls await further exploration, from celestial mappings to final legacies yet to unfold. But here, in this chamber of scholarly disputation, you sense the goose's greatest gift, not unerring foresight, but the impulse to question, interpret, and search for meaning in each startled honk that rippled across history. You step into a domed chamber whose smooth, circular walls are covered in star charts and celestial frescoes, their pigments dimmed but still radiant under soft torchlight. At the heart of this celestial sanctuary stands an intricate bronze armillary sphere, its rings inscribed with constellations and honored markers of mythic lore. Here, the temple's stargazers map the sacred goose into the heavens, transforming a terrestrial fowl into a cosmic guide. You probably won't survive the vastness of this skyward devotion without feeling a rush of vertigo, yet lean close, for you are about to trace goose plumage among the stars. Mainstream astronomical texts from the early Common Era record that the sacred goose, or Galena sacra, was charted just north of Leo, its feathery form sketched between Regulus and Denebola. You run a fingertip along a scratched brass band labeled Galena, feeling the slight dip of letters worn by centuries of reverent touch. Fringe astro-mythologists, however, point to obscure Babylonian tablets suggesting an earlier Sumerian goose constellation, its feathers once marking seasonal floods of the Euphrates. Historians still argue whether Greek chart-makers borrowed indigenous lore or independently conceived the goose's star pattern under clear Aegean skies. The chamber's domed ceiling bears a faded fresco, a grand goose outlined in gold leaf, its wings stretching across concentric circles of painted star fields. You stand beneath it, tilting your head, and nearly hiccup at the uncanny sense that you're gazing into an avian Milky Way. Mainstream restorers have identified traces of ultramarine and crushed mica in the fresco luxury pigments imported from across the Mediterranean, attesting to the temple's dedication. Fringe pigment analysts suggest the mica's sparkle mimicked the goose's divine iridescence, shimmering like emissaries of dawn and dusk. Historians still argue whether such costly materials were used sparingly or lavished in a final flourish of cosmic worship. Toward the chamber's center, a low dais holds a celestial globe carved from polished onyx. Its surface glows faintly as you pass each goose constellation dot embossed in silver. You kneel and follow the goose's head, noting how its beak points toward the heliacal rising of Sirius, a portent of summer's heat and potential drought. Pilgrims once watched for this alignment to calibrate agricultural rites and goose-honking festivals. Fringe archaeo-astronomers argue that temple priests timed goose sacrifices to this cosmic event, believing the bird spirit soared with Sirius at its zenith. Historians still argue whether goose rituals truly synchronized with star cycles or simply reflected agricultural pragmatism. In one corner, a narrow slit window frames the night sky. At midnight on the equinox, Moonlight would strike a polished mica mirror, projecting a goose-shaped beam onto a nearby wall mosaic. The effect rendered a living constellation indoors a spectacle that thrilled pilgrims and stargazers alike. You close your eyes and picture that goose beam shimmering across tiles, drawing gasps from awestruck devotees. Mainstream architectural studies confirm the chamber's precise alignment. Fringe accounts add that hidden water sprays created mist to diffuse the light, an early proto-fog machine. Historians still argue whether such stagecraft aimed to deepen faith or simply entertain temple elites. Your attention drifts to a podium where star charts and scrolls lie open, their inked diagrams showing honk-aligned constellations. One scroll labels a honk of dawn point on the ecliptic, where the goose's annual rising signaled seasonal renewal. Pilgrims interpreted this celestial honk as a call to sow crops and celebrate renewal festivals. Fringe celestial mappers argue that careful observations of goose star cycles informed early Greek calendars, blending avian myth with astronomical precision. Historians still argue whether goose lore shaped broader Hellenic timekeeping or remained a niche cultic practice. The chamber's hush wraps around you as you rise and survey the domed ceiling once more. You breathe deeply, tasting the scent of aged plaster metal and candle soot, a heady mix that carries echoes of stargazers, tracing goose-wing patterns into the night. Somewhere above beyond the dome, the real Galena Sacra arcs across the firmament, unchanged. You step back into the corridor, goose-shaped shadows flickering on the walls, and prepare for the final chapter where the last feather's legacy ties myth and memory into a final tapestry of homage. You stand in the temple's grand hall, its soaring dome now stenciled with pentimenti, ghostly traces of once vibrant frescoes that time has shifted to whispers of color. Here, in the heart of the sanctuary, lies the last feather's legacy, a final testament woven from bird-down, bronze, marble, and memory. You probably won't survive the weight of centuries distilled into this single space without a hush overtaking your thoughts. But lean in close. This is where the goose's myth breathes its final song. A low dais at the hall's center holds a simple wooden pedestal, upon which rests a solitary feather encased in crystal-clear resin. The plume is impossibly large, its barbs glinting with iridescent hues of violet and emerald that shift under torchlight. Mainstream conservators identify it as a primary tail feather, likely from the original champion goose revered in Section 5's founding festival. Its resin casing, however, dates to a later restoration in the 6th century CE efforts by early Byzantine caretakers to preserve what remained of the cult's most potent relic. You lean forward, eyes tracing the feather's perfect curve. Each barb seems alive, poised to flutter in a breeze that no longer stirs these hallowed stones. Fringe mythographers, though, insist this is no ordinary feather, but the final vestige of Hera's divine tear goose, its down imbued with heavenly essence. They argue that those who inhale its faint aura can glimpse past and future in a single breath. Historians still debate whether such supernatural claims are rooted in ritualized metaphor or represent genuine testimonial accounts later embellished by clerics eager to appropriate the relic's fame. Behind the pedestal, a semicircular apse forms a shallow alcove. In niches carved into its curved walls stand folded scrolls, jars of powdered down, and bejeweled quill pens. Each artifact signifies an era's attempt to codify the Goose's legacy, 4th century BCE Hellenistic ritual manuals, 2nd century CE harvest rites, 5th century CE Christian allegories, and even 10th century CE monastic glosses, equating the Goose's vigilance with spiritual watchfulness. You reach out to touch a scroll's corner, its parchment brittle, the ink faded to sepia. The script describes the feather of continuance, a metaphorical lineage passed from devotee to devotee, ensuring the Goose's legacy outlived mortal reigns. Your gaze ascends to the hall's vaulted ceiling, where surviving stencils sketch an enormous goose at flight wings, outstretched in cosmic embrace. These stencils, mainstream scholars note, guided fresco restorations in the 14th century when artisans sought to recapture the sanctuary's vanished splendor. Fringe art historians contend that subtle differences in the stencil lines, slight variances in feather curvature, mark successive generations of clergy, each adding their own flourish. Historians still argue whether these cumulative alterations signify evolving theology or simply changing aesthetic tastes. To your left, a pair of bronze doors stand slightly ajar. Their surfaces are embossed with a final dedication. For those who heed the last feather, may their hearts guard the dawn. The doors once led to the inner sanctum, now lost to collapse. Mainstream researchers estimate the chambers beyond contain the cult's most esoteric secrets, alchemy recipes, prophetic hymns, and perhaps the last echoes of divine honks. Fringe seekers fantasize about secret tunnels behind those doors, networked with catacombs beneath the temple, where medieval hermits whispered goose lore into the dark. Historians still argue whether any such passages ever existed or serve only as tantalizing legend. As you step around the pedestal, the hall's acoustics shift, carrying a subtle resonance, an almost imperceptible echo of a single honk fading like a dream. You pause, heart fluttering, and wonder if the chambers beyond still harbor stray acoustics engineered to preserve goose tones for eternity. Mainstream acoustic surveys detect faint reverberations in the stone vaults, possibly vestiges of the honk tone studied in Section 13. Fringe geophysical teams speculate that hidden resonant chambers act as living archives of sound, awaiting rediscovery by technology's probing sensors. Historians still argue whether these echoes are natural phenomena or residual imprints of worship practices. You approach a lectern where a modern plaque commemorates the temple's ongoing legacy, rediscovered ruins of Aegina's sacred Goose temple, uniting scholarship and spirit. Since 1924, below a QR code links to a digital archive containing excavation photographs, 3D reconstructions, and scholarly debates. You smile at the juxtaposition of ancient feather and cutting-edge technology, both striving to preserve the goose's story for tomorrow's curious pilgrims. Fringe futurists, meanwhile, dream of AI-driven oracle simulations breathing new life into the goose's prophecies. Historians still argue whether digital recreations honor or dilute the authenticity of sacred experience. In the hall's twilight hush, you realize the goose's myth persists not only in feathers and stone, but in the human impulse to seek meaning in the quiver of a plume or the echo of a honk. Across 2 millennia, seekers have chased omens, traced downlined glyphs, and mapped bird tracks among the stars. Each generation refracted the goose's essence through its own lens. Hellenistic priests, Roman devotees, Byzantine custodians, Christian allegorists, modern archaeologists, and you, wandering through silent columns in homage. As you step back, leaving the last feather's legacy to its crystalline pedestal, you carry with you more than knowledge of rituals, artifacts, and debates. You carry a spark of the goose's vigil, the courage to listen for whispers in stone, to honor fragility, and to believe that even the humblest honk can echo through the corridors of time. The temple fades behind you as you step into the cooling embrace of evening air. Each breath feels lighter now, as though you've released centuries of tension in every exhale. Behind you, the grand hall's torchlight flickers like distant stars, guiding your path back through winding corridors and sunlit courtyards, now hushed by dusk. Picture that solitary feather, its iridescence shimmering in memory, as a final beacon reminding you that devotion need not shout to be heard. In the stillness, you sense its gentle pulse, a soft invitation to carry the goose's legacy forward in your own quiet rituals. Maybe it's a momentary pause before sleep, a whispered line in a journal, or a shared story under dim lamplight. Each small act becomes a downlight of remembrance, weaving connections between past and present. Let this calm settle into your bones, smoothing the echoes of bustling festivals, clashing shields, and scholarly debates into a single soothing hum. Imagine yourself surrounded by the embrace of stone arches and whispering mosaics, your heartbeat as steady as a goose's measured honk. Feel the hush wrap you like a feather cloak, softening edges and quieting doubts. Sleep now, carrying with you the temple's final whisper that faith in any form is an echo in the heart, awaiting its next gentle call. As you drift beyond consciousness, let the goose's watchful spirit linger in your dreams, honking softly at dawn, guiding you toward new horizons.